on the status of the ARPA funds and where we're at right now. Today's date is May 10th. I just want to say good morning again to everyone listening in. It's a beautiful Monday morning here in Winter Rock, Arizona, and it's a beautiful Monday across the great nation here as well. Today, we are continuing our work sessions on the America Rescue Plan Act of 2021, and we really want to get an understanding of what the status was. So we brought our three best agents on to see what we needed to do, or if there was anything updated, or further information, or any announcements that they know of, or anything that we needed to do in order for us to get any kind of response. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and start the Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. We're recording, right? Yeah, we're recording. We're ready to go. So this is a Naabik'íyáti committee meeting of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Today, again, is a work session via telecommunications. We're here in Winter Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. As of this time, it's only myself uh, representing, or only myself in the chambers, but I do have a staff here from Office Legislative Council too as well. With that, call the work session to order. The time now is 10:07 a.m. So again, thank you everyone for listening in this morning. Um, there was a 10:07 a.m. We'll call this meeting to order. With that, let's go ahead and do a roll call to see how many members we have on this morning.
Good morning, delegates. Beginning roll call with Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay has answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati.
Delegate Amber Canas-Bacrati is present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati has answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Damon has answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona is present. Good morning.
Honorable Pernell Halona has answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. has answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So has answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Odo So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie has answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay has not answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. has not answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown has not answered roll call.
Delegate Brown
Honorable
is present.
Eugenia.
I'm calling in from
Honorable
Denham.
Nathaniel Brown has answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton has not answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. has not answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland has not answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio has not answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James has answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez has not answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater has not answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. has not answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So has not answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So has not answered roll call. Honorable Odo So. Honorable Odo So. Honorable Odo So has not answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. has not answered roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Wanika has answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair has not answered roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 10 delegates who have answered roll call and 14 who have not answered.
Thank you very much for that roll call. That we have 10 members present here. We don't need a quorum, but I still thank all the committee members for being present here and wanting to know, especially the ones that wanted to get this update and see where we're at, because it seems like it's been a little over a month and a half since we last heard from Holland and Knight and also from Ms. Lewis. And then it looks like we'll be listening to Mr. Carlisle Begay too as well. We did have an invocation this morning in the Law and Order Committee from Honorable Eugene So. So we can go ahead and move forward with that. Thank you, Honorable Eugene So, for that invocation and helping assist in planning forth through the day. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down on the line. This morning, we do have recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time. I don't have anybody that has any recognitions. Anybody checks in? Colleagues, at this time, are they recognizing guests and visiting officials?
Speaker.
Yes, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Speaker Damon and my colleagues and everyone that's listening. Just a recognition, I guess, maybe a shout out or, maybe a letter from the council to congratulate New Mexico teams that took champions in championship at the basketball tournament. I know Rehoboth is one of them, and Gallup High is another, and Navajo Prep. And so, Speaker, maybe just a letter or plaque or whatnot, and on behalf of the council, congratulating the teams that make championship. Sir, Speaker?
Okay. Thank you. Yes, we will get that information out to them, and I think there's already recognitions coming in to us. We recognize those individuals here at summer session too, as well. Chairman Yazi. So we'll get
Okay.
both of them online going forward. So,
Cool. All right, Speaker. Thank you, sir.
All right, Chairman. Thank you. Any other recognitions this morning?
This is Vice Chair Smith, Speaker.
Good morning, Vice Chair. Floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Naabik'íyáti Committee. I understand we're the largest Indian nation now, with the count of over 399,000. Just wanted to say that we are the largest according to the numbers. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you for that announcement. With that, colleagues, any other comments or recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time? If there are none, let's continue on. Again, as talking on the discussion this morning while we were waiting, we did say that we are pertaining to this work session today, still on the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And if you look on our topics here today, it's just a status update on the ARPA funds presented by Mr. Carlisle Begay, Ms. Santee Lewis, and Holland and Knight. I know that we have all three of those individuals on the floor, are actually present here with us on the line. So what we really wanted to understand was a couple of things just to clarify too as well. Is the status, if there's any timeline changes, any kind of update particularly issued around what the Treasury might be doing, what DOI might be doing, what the White House might be doing. But if there's any further information, we look to you all as individuals there that are stationed in DC that want to go ahead and give a formal presentation on where we're at this morning pertaining to the ARPA funds. So again, we can start off with Mr. Carlisle Begay, then Santee Lewis, and then I know that I don't know if any of them have given any presentations.
Yes, they sent them out 9:50, and it was from Holland and Knight, and also Carlisle.
Okay, so we'll go to Carlisle. Looks like Honorable Senator Begay has something as an update, and then Mrs. Lewis, and then Holland and Knight does have another presentation, and both those got sent out at 9:50 a.m. this morning. So with that, let me go ahead and shoot it over. What? Okay. Before we go there, it seems like Honorable Brown, we just got a text message from you. Before I move on, Honorable Brown.
Yeah, that's Speaker. I am here. Again, I am calling in from Danahutso Navajo Nation. So we're wrapping up budget and finance call also. But Shananta, and I really had a great opportunity this past weekend as leadership, and our people, our relatives, our older people, our elders, our parents, we always encourage all our people to learn the Nebazad, or to keep our way of life alive. I guess essentially we're saying and telling our relatives to stop our own assimilation into mainstream society in a lot of ways. So I had a great opportunity to spend this weekend giving offerings with our Hatafis, and also I know that we don't really talk about that, but I'm just profoundly so much gratitude, and I feel hope for our way of life and our language. I did meet a lot of young individuals who follow our Hatafis, and to see them to really live and to relearn. And then I know that they have difficulty speaking our language, but they're not giving up. They're there on weekends. They're not getting paid for this. They are not sleeping in the most comfortable beds, and they're there. They show up. And so it's really good I know a lot of you are doing that, but I feel really good. It was tiring. The wind was blowing here in Western Agency, but just to listen to them sing, to listen to them, to be hungry for this. I want leadership to know that, we're here for them, and they've asked a lot of questions on what is leadership doing? Do you guys really support this? Do you support us? Is what they would ask me. And I did tell them that we do, and I support them. So to witness that, Shananta, and I know that, in this time, in this pandemic, we've lost relatives and we've lost a lot of people. We lost people, and we sat there and we prayed for all of you, and we sat there, we mourned, we cried together, and it was really healthy. I just wanted to recognize these young boys and girls who are choosing on Friday nights to sit in Hogan with medicine people, to sit and learn. And I think that if you want to give anything to people we love, it's our teaching as the it is to build strong characters, to build strong, resilient children. We've all been through a lot, especially through this pandemic, around the pandemic. And I found that is the best place to build strong people. Is we have everything we need as the husband, but it takes time you have to make time to attend these, to look for them. Now, I know that the 22nd is coming up, and I hope that does not get canceled. I hope that we move forward with that date and that time also, because I've been telling, of course, following safety protocols and really encouraging people that, vaccination is what's required most places now. So the idea, Speaker, that we do have great, of course, all our people are wonderful people, but, as leadership, we sit and we think and we ponder, what can we say to our people? What can we say to our own people to help them in these hard times? And I know that this is an answer for some. So today, Speaker, thank you for this time and for allowing me to recognize our young, up-and-coming Hatafis, herbalists, and I'm excited for them. So I'll continue to show up the best way, as much as I can.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Brown, for that recognition this morning. Thank you for all that put together. Great. That, colleagues, we can go ahead and continue on down. We were doing recognitions. I did go on back to the presenters, so we can move on to the presenters now at this time. Those 9:40, right? The presentations were sent out. So without further ado, Mr. Carlisle Begay, the floor is yours.
Delegate Begay, calling into Speaker.
Also,
good morning.
Delegate Henio is also calling in.
Good morning, Honorable Begay. Good morning, Chairman Henio.
Thank you.
Yes, you got it. The presentations.
Honorable Carlisle Begay.
My apologies, Speaker. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My apologies, Chairman Seth Damon. I was on mute. But good morning, Chairman Seth Damon, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, staff, and advisors on the line today. My name is Carlisle Begay. I assist the Office of the Speaker with federal and state legislative and government affairs. By formal introduction, Shea Carlisle Begay Nishet Twatskwanisla Ki Ani A Bashishchin Ado Eight Lazanda Shiche Do Tashanala. Mr. Chairman, thank you for having me here today. With that, as a request from the Speaker's office, I will provide a brief update on the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And as a note, you can follow along my report here this morning from the email I sent out to the NABI committee this morning. As noted, it was sent out about 9:40 a.m. There's a lot of information to cover, but I will try to provide some insights about the American Rescue Plan from a broad overview, highlighting some of the direct impacts on the Navajo Nation directly. I also sent along two supporting attachments. One is a FAQ, a frequent asked questions document, and two, an ARPA overview. It's a support for tribes and Native communities and the American Rescue Plan Act document. Both documents were developed by the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. I think they do a really good job of just outlining section by section the $31.2 billion that went directly and will be going directly to Indian country. But first, just as a matter of history here and timeline, on March 10th, 2021, Congress did approve the final version of the $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package, which is now titled, and we know, as the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, Public Law 117-2. The bill was first passed by the House on February 27 and went on to the U.S. Senate, where several amendments were adopted before passing an amended version of the bill on March 6th by a vote of 50 to 49. The package returned to the House for a final vote on March 10, where it passed by a vote of 220 to 211, almost entirely along party lines. President Joe Biden did sign the legislation into law on March 11, and we recognize the event that he held at the White House celebrating the passage with Vice President Kamala Harris, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. As a broad overview in understanding the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, it does include $350 billion in direct financial relief for all state, local, tribal, and territorial governments. Today is actually a very important day because today is the deadline mandated in statute for the Treasury Department to allocate and make notice to tribes, to states, and local governments on the distribution disbursements, which I will discuss a little bit later in my report. It also extends the federal supplemental employment benefits. It increased the funding for the Paycheck Protection Program. It provided funding to assist schools in safely reopening, provided additional utility assistance, included additional funding for COVID-19 testing, vaccination, and treatment, among other provisions that may assist many industries, businesses, and individuals around the country. Many of the federal departments and agencies that received additional or new funding under ARPA, those programs and financial assistance directly to these various departments and agencies have and will continue to issue guidance for this new funding under ARPA over the coming months and coming years. My intent, or our intent to the other presenters on the line for this report this morning is, again, to simply provide a preliminary overview of the American Rescue Plan provisions that may affect current and future fiscal Navajo Nation budget decisions as well. The entire package was 628 pages. It did include $1,400 in direct payments to individuals, making up to $75,000 annually. As noted, it gives $350 billion in aid to state and local governments, of which $20 billion was set aside for tribes, and the budget's $14 billion in vaccine distribution, which I think the Navajo Nation has done a great job of our vaccinations, and will also extend the jobless benefits through September. As mentioned before, for more detail, you can find more of the provisions in the two attachments that I sent this morning that was developed by the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. But under the American Rescue Plan Act, as mentioned, tribes are allocated $31.2 billion in direct funding allocations, which is over 3 times what was set aside under the CARES Act, and the largest distribution of federal relief funding for Indian country ever. And as we give this report here this morning, it's important to understand the differences from CARES. To start, this isn't a use it or lose it funding. You have about 3.5 years to spend funding tied to the American Rescue Plan. In addition, the amount the Navajo Nation receives, hopefully, which will be announced later this morning, could be nearly 2.5 times greater than what we received in the Coronavirus Relief Fund under CARES. And third, the allowable legal uses are extremely different from the CRF fund that we received. There are ties, obviously, that were made statutorily to COVID, but not all allowable uses were defined and restrictive as CARES was. So there's a much broader opportunity for the Navajo Nation to create more impactful uses over the next 3.5 years. As noted, the American Rescue Plan will invest over $31 billion in Indian country, with the Bureau of Indian Affairs charged with distributing about $900 million to tribal governments through its various programs. BIA did note that updated enrollment data, tribal enrollment data, was needed to equitably and transparently allocate funding to tribes for tribal government services, and is also an important source of information moving forward for equitable distribution of resources by BIA and other federal agencies. The Navajo Nation, along with tribes around the country, had until Monday, April 12th, to submit updated enrollment data to the U.S. Department of Interior, again, to help figure out funding allocations under the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds, which we should receive notice of this morning, but also for other future allocations of funds from the Interior Department, BIA, and BIE. As Chairman or Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. noted this morning, with an increase in our Navajo Nation tribal enrollment, largely as a result of the CARES Act Hardship Assistance Program, there was a substantial increase of total enrolled members of the Navajo Nation from 306,268 to 399,494. That's a huge increase of our enrollment and enrollment of Navajo Nation members. And it's important to note that this will significantly impact the formula that not only governs which apportionment we receive from the $19 billion, whatever formula that will be used, that will be announced today, but also will largely be used in the funding formula or allocations from the Interior Department and likely other federal programs throughout the administration. For BIA specifically, ARPA did include $77.2 million for tribal government services, public safety, justice, social services, Indian child welfare, and other related expenses. It included $20 million for delivery of potable water and $100 million for housing improvements. There was another $850 million available for the Bureau of Indian Education's 183 K through 12 schools around the country. And again, the updated enrollment data from the Navajo Nation should be a positive impact on all of the disbursement of formula-based funds from the American Rescue Plan Act. In fact, as many of you know, honorable members of the council, on April 27, the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs did announce that they dispersed $850 million provided through ARPA for BIE K through 12 schools. The impact directly to the Navajo Nation of this amount, the 68 BIE K through 12 schools on the Navajo Nation received approximately $171 million combined. The Net College received about $16.8 million, and Navajo Technical University received about $16.9 million. And moving on, if you look back over the last year, there's definitely a lot to be learned on how the Navajo Nation and frankly other tribes managed the $2 billion from the last year's CARES Act and the $714 million specifically allocated to the Navajo Nation from the Coronavirus Relief Fund. And looking at the American Rescue Plan Act today, it represents, in my mind, an opportunity to learn from CARES and for Navajo Nation leadership to invest in our Navajo Nation communities. And I mean this with all respect, but they spend the funds that we will be receiving strategically. For example, the $20 billion set aside for tribal governments gives and will give the Navajo Nation a chance to move well beyond just COVID relief and really seed a new trajectory in my mind by deploying some of these resources deliberately and perhaps equitably across the Navajo Nation to all of 110 of our chapters. Again, the deadline for distribution of the remaining $19 billion is today. And I received an email from Nancy Matoya this morning, and we should receive notice from the Treasury Department here anytime today. It should be noted that in statute of the $20 billion that was set aside specifically for the recovery fund, 1.7 million was already distributed to every tribe, regardless of size. And the 19 billion remaining will be driven by a formula determined by the Secretary of Treasury pursuant. This was after the consultation sessions that they've held over the last few months. Again, the deadline is today. The investment opportunity made from the American Rescue Plan is also magnified by the fact that the funding for tribal government appears to be incredibly flexible, as I mentioned before, and therefore even more supportive of some innovative recovery solutions. As the council has held various NABI work sessions, and then we'll continue to have some work sessions. I think it's a great opportunity to, as you've done, to hear some great ideas and some great input. But despite some scattered guidance about the need for more accountability, the most striking and sort of my view, the under-discussed aspect of the American Rescue Plan is that it does represent not only the largest positive fiscal impact or jolt to the Navajo Nation in decades, but also one of the most supportive of our own tribal discretion in terms of how the Navajo Nation leadership decides to use these funds. But this is not to say that the funds are totally without restrictions. Use will be subject to the Treasury Department clarification, ongoing guidance and oversight. Judicial federal oversight is not only wise, but legally required as designed and mandated by Congress. I think the controller has done a great job of continuing to reiterate this to our leadership. In terms of ARP and looking at what will be made available through 2024, it does also mean a big departure from the norm of federal grants. Major provisions of the package, which you'll find more detail in the supplemental attachments that I emailed, are more permissive and make clear that the American Rescue Plan money can be used to backfill our revenue declines, especially the declines that we recognize, and the controller has noted in her reports, the revenue declines that Navajo Nation has experienced, especially over the last 3 years in the closure of NGS and the Kanta mine. There's also more autonomy in how the Navajo Nation can respond to COVID and all recessionary impacts that are a result of the pandemic, and more importantly, invest in water, sewer, broadband infrastructure, etc. So in short, ARP, the American Rescue Plan, is more flexible than the CARES Act, has more discretion and the complicated rollout of the CARES, but we still have some guidance, and we'll expect to receive ongoing guidance from the Treasury Department. So the Navajo Nation Council will have significant resources to wield for a broad range of purposes, with real power to aggregate them, link them, and align them, especially with other priorities, perhaps from the states of New Mexico, Utah, Colorado, or Arizona. Keep in mind that there are counties in our neighboring border towns that will also receive funding. In Arizona, I know that counties are equally going through their planning processes, so it will be important to perhaps collaborate in how they're spending their resources, and then similarly how states are spending their resources as well. So in addition to the $20 billion, as I've talked about before, there's a number of other immediate and direct impacts to the Navajo Nation from the American Rescue Plan Act. From a healthcare perspective, there was $6 billion set aside for Indian health system. From a housing perspective, the American Rescue Plan included $1.24 billion for housing programs. It's important to note that on March 25th of this year, there was $450 million in Indian housing block grants awards that were announced by HUD. Navajo Housing Authority specifically received $49.7 million as a part of this disbursement. This is on top of the $72 million in NHA's fiscal 2021 Indian Health Block Grant Formula allocation. So in totality, they received $49.7 from ARP on top of the $72 million they received in the fiscal 2021 fund. So there's a lot of funding for housing, and I know that there have been a lot of work sessions over the last few weeks discussing perhaps how housing could be prioritized over the next 3.5 years. Education, as noted, received about $1.1 billion with some awards already given, as I mentioned, to the Navajo Nation. Collectively, as I mentioned, $171 million went to all of our K through 12 BIE schools. Gwinnett College, as I mentioned, received 16.8. Navajo Technical University received 16.9. BIA has a lot of funding that they still have to disperse. There was also a lot of family assistance resources included, about $2 billion worth of programs to serve families and children, including tribal child health care programs and assistance to families. There was also $20 million set aside for language preservation to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on Native languages through the Administration for Native Americans. And finally, speaker members of the council, as I stressed before, it must also be noted that Navajo Nation leadership should also consider other external impacts and potential opportunities for collaboration from the American Rescue Plan, from our surrounding state, county, or local municipal border towns, who, again, will all be equally receiving significant investments from the American Rescue Plan that will directly impact the Navajo Nation. As an example, the state of Arizona alone will receive $12.2 billion from the American Rescue Plan, with $2.6 billion going to local Arizona governments, $1.2 billion in business aid, $8.5 billion in economic impact payments that were already sent out in the form of the individual stimulus payments. And then as a part of the Coronavirus Local Recovery Fund, the allocations alone just to Apache County is set to receive $14 million. Navajo County is set to receive $22 million, and Coconino County is set to receive $28 million. So I would recommend and highly stress to the members of the council that there's collectively the economies of scale to consider reaching out to our external neighboring sovereign governments, the states that we border and share borders with, the counties that we share borders with, and perhaps our border towns that we also have partners in. So there's collectively a lot of investments being made as a result of the American Rescue Plan Act. And again, there's a lot more detail that is included in the two attachments that I sent over, a lot of information that I can cover. But with that, Honorable Chairman of the Na'vi Committee and 24th members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions or defer to the next presenters. Go ahead.
Thank you, Carlisle, and thank you very much. That we'll continue on to the next presenters because it seems like all this might be tied in together, and we might have all three of you might have a response at the same time too as well. So let me continue on down. Thank you very much, Carlisle, for that outline and that detailed presentation. Ms. Santi Lewis, are you there on the line?
You are unmuted. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Speaker Damon, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. My name is Santi Lewis. I am the Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Washington office. Thank you very much for extending to us an invitation to provide an update on the American Rescue Plan Act. In the interest of time, I am going to go ahead and skip over covering the American Rescue Plan. I believe our colleague, Mr. Carlisle, delivered a great job in providing an overview of key provisions within the statute. I do just want to flag just a couple of items to the council and leadership for their information. So our office worked hard with various Navajo Nation government offices as well as Holland and Knight to compile just an overwhelming amount of comment letters. With respect to the American Rescue Plan, various government entities extended an invitation to Indian country to weigh in on how how government agencies should provide funds to Indian tribes, what factors ought to be considered, or what did not work for Indian tribes. So they really wanted to hear from Indian tribes, specifically how funds and how the process worked for Indian governments in response to the rollout of funds made available through the CARES Act. And so when the American Rescue Act was signed into law, it was again they wanted to hear from Indian country. And so over the past 2 months, our office has been working with several stakeholders to make sure that the Navajo Nation's position was known or comments were made. We received comments from the Controller's Office, from the Division of Community Development, from the Division of Economic Development, and others just to weigh in on what worked for the nation and what did not. We have we are still working to comment on a couple of outstanding comment periods that are still open. However, the bulk of those comment windows have now closed. One of the most critical comment period was to provide comments to the Department of Treasury on the $20 billion that was made available. And upon submitting the Navajo Nation's comment letter, and please just keep in mind that that they had received an overwhelming amount of input from Indian country. They had over 1,600 stakeholders attended their tribal consultation sessions, and they held over 14 hours of consultation and received over 150 written comments from tribal governments. And so Treasury did have a tough task to just hear the comments that were made and to really consider how to disperse and allocate funds to tribal nations in a fair and equitable manner. At this point, when we submitted the Navajo Nation's comments, Treasury provided a response that, one, confirmed the nation's submission, but two, they, within their email, they stated that they wanted to help tribal governments get prepared to receive FRF payments directly. And they just, their message was to ensure that tribal governments had a data universe numbering system number, or DUNS number, with an active registration within their system of award management database. And so this information was provided to the Madam Controller and Mr. Bayal, just to make sure that our DUNS number and our registration is current, so that the Navajo Nation could receive money directly. Since April 22nd, which is the date of the email that we received from the Department of Treasury, we have not received much guidance from the department. I'm glad to hear that Ms. Montoya, who is the point of contact at the Department of Treasury, it sounds like she provided to Mr. Carlisle Begay confirmation that we should possibly receive money today. Mr. Begay, you can correct me if I'm wrong there, but it sounds like she did confirm that we should receive something. The other matter that I would like to update you on is last Friday there was a conversation that the executive branch had with the BIA Navajo region, and at that time we did inquire about the funds that were to be dispersed from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Again, that amount is $900 million that is to be dispersed. During that call, we did get confirmation that they did use our updated tribal enrollment numbers. And then we also reviewed the pots of money that are made available. Again, $100 million for tribal housing improvement, $772.5 million for tribal government services, which is intended to help support public safety and justice, social services, child welfare assistance, and other related expenses, and then $20 million for potable water. At that time, they did indicate that for the $20 million potable water piece of it, they are carrying out the intent of the statute, which is to help deliver it. And what the BIA intends to do is, for that bucket of money, they are not going to make distributions to tribes, but what they are going to do is they are going to issue an IDIQ contract. So what that is an oh gosh, I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but it's like an indefinite distribution or indefinite quantity, something like that. Somebody can, I can look up the acronym, but in the interest of time, but I'm not going to do that. But what they're trying to do is just award a contract who will then deliver potable water to tribal communities. And during that conversation, we learned that the Navajo Nation was awarded around $3 million, and that a letter formally making that known to the Navajo Nation is forthcoming. With respect to the other pots of money, it sounds like the BIA is still reviewing how they intend to make the disbursements, and the statute, I believe that they are over the deadline for when they intended to distribute the funds to Indian country. So right now they are taking a look at those figures again, and we spoke to Mr. Bartholomew Stevens, who is overseeing all of the regional directors. And so he was on the call just to inform that BIA was not able to make any distributions last week, which was what the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs nominee Brian Newland had stated during a prior Treasury call. I believe that he stated that funds would be in the accounts of tribal nations last week. Unfortunately, that did not happen because of some issues that BIA had internally. So in terms of an update from BIA, I think that the message is, one, they are looking at the numbers. They want to ensure that there is a fair and equitable distribution. However, they do just need a little bit more time. So I just wanted to update Navajo leadership with respect to that conversation that was held. Separately, there was a separate call with IHS Acting Director Elizabeth Fowler. We asked about the funds that were being allocated for Indian Health. And with respect to the money that is available, there's over $6 billion. So there's an overwhelming amount of funds that is available. Again, we help provide comments with respect to, for example, $2 billion that is available for lost reimbursements in accordance with the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act. There was $500 million available for purchased and referred care, $140 million for information technology, telehealth infrastructure, and IHS's electronic health record system. And they also had $84 million for urban Indian health, and then $600 million to help promote, distribute, administer, and track COVID vaccines. And so much of the funds that were made available through IHS, there was a call so that Navajo Nation could better understand how much money was coming to our Indian health facilities on and around the Navajo Nation that serve the Navajo people. And at that time, Ms. Fowler indicated that she would be working with her team and along with the area director to come up with a report and provide that to the Navajo Nation. At this time, we have not followed up on with Dr. Fowler. I would have to work with Dr. Jim just to see if there was any response. But right now, I know that there have been some conversations with IHS to see how much money is actually coming to the Navajo Nation to support the delivery of health care and to support our Indian health infrastructure. So Mr. Speaker, I believe that concludes my brief report. I think overall there are ongoing conversations with federal officials just to continue to monitor these timelines and to ensure that the Navajo Nation does get its respective share to respond to COVID-19. I know that just as a side note, I know that the executive branch has been working very hard to compile a list of infrastructure projects. Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco is really leading that effort. We are also supporting that effort. So then that way we're not trying to figure out which projects are shovel ready or which projects would benefit certain communities, or but rather we are really trying to work hard to gather that information, so then the funds that are made available under the American Rescue Plan really help us to respond, not only respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, but to make real and lasting investments in our infrastructure. I think one of the key provisions within the statute is what funds can be used for. Again, I know Mr. Carlisle Begay had covered this, which was, well, one of those provisions or one of the allowable costs include we are allowed to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. And just given the high statistics on the Navajo Nation, where many families do not have water or sewer or broadband, and we recognize the importance of broadband, especially during this pandemic, where many individuals did not have access to telehealth, or were not able to telework, or even keep up with their education via remote learning. That was very difficult. So these funds will allow the Navajo Nation to make a real lasting impact in our communities, and I think that having a plan is really what I see our Navajo leadership trying to do, and we will continue to monitor and work with our federal counterparts to see that the money does get deposited and that we also get our respective fair share. So that concludes my report, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lewis, for that report. Thank you very much. So without further ado, let me go ahead and continue on down to Holland and Knight. Any further? I know that we did receive a presentation from Holland and Knight, and that was again sent out at 9:40 this morning, colleagues. So without further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Damon, Honorable Chairman. My name is Nicole Elliott, and I'm here with Ken Parsons, who's also on the team. I don't know who's controlling the deck, Speaker Damon. I don't think I can control it. I can share my screen, but it went out again. It went out last night. So we are sitting here.
Ms. Elliott, you can share your screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let me see if I can do this. There we go.
There it goes.
Very good. Thank you. So my name is Nicole Elliott again. It's an honor to be here. I'm joined with Ken Parsons, my colleague. We have been very involved with the CARES Act and all of the COVID relief as it applies to our tribal clients, and have been following very closely the American Rescue Plan. As Mr. Begay and as Ms. Lewis describe it, it is a very significant law, and there are lots of different pots of money, so to speak. So as Mr. Begay said, and Ms. Lewis stressed, BIE will be getting money that the Navajo Nation will be entitled to, IHS. There are lots of different areas, but what we wanted to do here today is quickly just run through one part of the American Rescue Plan, which is the $20 billion that was referred to from the prior speakers. That $20 billion is known as the Fiscal Recovery Fund. So we were actually not going to talk about the different other areas, but solely focus on the fiscal recovery fund, which is the $20 billion. I would also say that we are sitting here in very exciting times because, as Mr. Begay noted, today is 60 days from enactment, and we are expecting some Treasury announcement today. So some of our presentation, which is based on the statute, could very well change. And actually, as we are sitting here today, this morning, Ken and I both have our websites up, and Treasury is rolling out guidance as we speak. In particular, we are seeing access to 151 pages of guidance on how to use the fiscal recovery fund. So we will be closely monitoring this. I think it's very important to make sure that this fiscal recovery fund is being used for the uses that it's allowed for, because the consequence is obviously that Treasury is allowed to determine that it was not an allowable use and request the money back. So we wanted to walk you through just the fiscal recovery fund, the $20 billion, but we'll likely be back for another presentation, or we can send out additional information because, as I just mentioned, the Treasury Department is issuing guidance literally as we speak. We're seeing websites become live. I would say that we don't yet know, I don't yet see an announcement of how much the Navajo Nation will receive of the 20 billion, but that's obviously something we'll be closely monitoring again. So this slide was just an overview about the American Rescue Plan, noting that we are just here to talk about the fiscal recovery fund. Ken, do you want to take over and I'll just jump in?
Yeah, that sounds good. And as Nicole and the others mentioned, today is an important day because the guidance and potentially some disbursements are supposed to come from the fiscal recovery fund. And as Nicole was mentioning, I was hitting refresh on my page, on the Treasury's page, and I did see some guidance populate, and it was really long, so I was just skimming it. But interestingly, and also notable for your purposes, they did release the methodology for not the amount that's going to the Navajo Nation, but how that amount is going to be determined. As you see on this slide here, last year with the CARES Act, Treasury did 60% based on tribal population, 30% based on tribal workforce, and 10% based on tribal expenditures. So hot off the presses, and this is just a quick skim while I was on this call, it looks like it's going to be 65% population and 35% based on workforce. The other difference here is that population data set looks like it's going to be a little bit different from last time around. Last time around, some housing HUD data was used, and this time it looks like Treasury is going to utilize the self-certified tribal population data. So I think that number somebody else referred to on the call is a pretty significant population number. I don't actually know what the number that was certified to Treasury was, but I heard a number approaching 400,000 people mentioned earlier on the call. So that's the fresh news that literally just populated on Treasury's website. And I'm sure, like as Nicole said, we'll be back to go over more detail. A lot of it's on what you can and can't use the funds for. But I think it's pretty clear, just based on the statute, that you're going to be able to use the funding for more flexible purposes than you were with the CARES Act. And again, there's more money here. With the CARES Act, it was $8 billion, and this time around with Fiscal Recovery Fund, there's $20 billion allocated to tribal governments. I'm just going to move on to the next slide. Just go through this really quickly because a lot of this was covered previously. So with the CARES Act, we had about 6 months to spend the funds from the moment we got them last June to the end of December 2020. Ultimately, that deadline was extended, but really, really late in the game. So it wasn't much helpful. It wasn't much help, but this time around, we've got until the end of 2024 to use the fiscal recovery funds. So not only longer to use the funds, but a lot broader purposes. Of course, we can respond to the COVID-19 crisis, just like we could with the CARES Act, but we can also respond to the negative economic impacts. We can help households, we can help businesses, we can provide money to workers performing essential work for the nation. We can also use money for government services to the extent that revenue has been reduced due to COVID. So 2019 fiscal year compared to 2020, 21, 22, all of that difference in how well you did in 2019 versus the other years is going to be another significant pot of money here within the fiscal recovery fund. The other thing you can do is make these necessary investments in water, sewer, broadband, or infrastructure. I just wanted to point out on the infrastructure one that it doesn't necessarily have to be tied to COVID-19. You could be making an infrastructure improvement, water, sewer, broadband for other reasons. I mean, it may very well be connected to COVID. You want to improve your broadband capabilities so people can work from home or learn from home, but it doesn't necessarily have to be connected to COVID. Again, just running through all of these really quickly because the new information just came out, and we've also had other presenters talk about FRF.
And just to be clear, we're talking about, there will be one set of information coming out from Treasury on how they came out with the allocation, how they decided to split that 20 billion among tribes. And obviously we're going to be diving deep into that. But what we're talking about here is also once you get those funds, how are you allowed to use them? And what you see on this slide deck is just what we know from the statute. So we expect Treasury, like they did with the CARES Act, potentially, to be releasing guidance, further giving color to these statutory definitions.
And indeed, they appear to have done so today. And it's over 100 pages, so we obviously haven't had a chance to review it because it just came out within the last 15 minutes or so. But whatever the guidance is, it's just going to be expanding on and consistent with what you see on the screen here, because Treasury can't issue guidance that contradicts the statute. They can't say, well, you actually only have until the end of the year to use it. It's got to be consistent with the statute. And as you can see, the statute itself is already more flexible than the CARES Act was, because with the CARES Act, it was really tied to relieving the impacts of COVID-19, like the health impacts. For example, you could use the coronavirus relief fund to buy personal protective equipment, prepare your businesses with screens and other products to help you operate in COVID times. But the fiscal recovery fund is you're able to use it for more than that. You're able to use it to recover from the impacts that the virus has wrought on not just your people, but your businesses. So you can see that flexibility here, and I anticipate it will be in the guidance once we have a chance to review it in detail. So although the statute is broader than the CARES Act was, there's not a lot of definitions or guidance in the statute itself. The only real definitions relate to paying essential government workers, eligible workers, additional money. And it provides in the statute what is an eligible worker and what that additional money is, they call premium pay. And so eligible workers are workers needed to maintain continuity of operations of essential critical infrastructure. And the tribal government itself can designate as critical certain branches of the government that are critical to protect the health and well-being of the residents.
Speaker, also.
Do we have a question?
Good morning, Chairman.
Yes, considering how we've only have 10 Nabi members on the call, and then there's the new guidance coming through. What if we reschedule the Holland and Hart presentation after they've had the chance to review the documents that came out from the U.S. Treasury? Right now, there's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts that might be coming through. And if we gave the firm time to really review the guidance as well as what's encapsulated in the Act, that might be more beneficial to us both as committee members as well as to the nation. That would be my thoughts, Speaker, Chairman. Good morning to all on the call. Thank you.
I would have to go and back to the recommendations then from Mr. Parsons and Miss Elliott on how long it would take them. Well, one, I don't know if everything's going to be divulged today. That's my first question. And if so, from working on the last, I think the deadline that Honorable Carlisle Begay indicated is today's the day. The second thing is how soon, if everything is divulged today, and it goes back to the first question, is everything going to be divulged today? How soon can the team members there tear that apart and put that into a presentation and then present that back to the council or to the Naabik'íyáti committee? That's my question.
Very good. Well, yeah, I think it would be wise. I think we have one more slide to show, and then we should definitely gather back and look at and be able to present the guidance to you and what it says. I think, Ken, as I'm seeing it, it shows up as guidance that it requests comments. Is that how you're reading that?
So I haven't had a lot of time to look at it. It says interim final rule. So
yeah. So I think we could be ready. I don't know, Speaker Damon, what will be out today. What I see right now is some guidance, and we see that it's 151 pages long. So I would say that we could probably schedule time this week to walk those who want to learn more through the guidance later this week. And we can just continue right now with the one or two slides that we have to just kind of compare and contrast the CRF, the CARES Act money with this money. I think that's an excellent suggestion to regroup.
Okay, so what I'm looking at then is maybe on the Wednesday, the afternoon, Wednesday, or on Thursday the 13th. What day do you think might be best for y'all, Miss Elliott and Mr. Parsons?
we can make either of those work for you, Speaker, whichever is best for your team. We're going to be reviewing these immediately.
Wednesday would be better, Speaker.
Wednesday. Okay. Well, we can do it at Wednesday in the afternoon. Wednesday the 12th.
Very good.
Great.
So just so we conclude, and we'll be back, and we'll go ahead.
Okay, so Wednesday the 12th, Miss Elliott and Miss Parsons, we can reconvene and then work together on that. It seems like we're getting information from all different areas now, so that can all be divulged, and we can just go. If there's any further questions from my colleagues right now, actually, let me go back to Holland and Knight and have them finish out, colleagues, before we start asking questions. I don't want to be disrespectful to Holland and Knight due to the fact that they have a couple more slides that they do want to share with us today, and then I'll go back to the floor. So with that, Mr. Parsons or Miss Elliott, if you want to finish, and then we can go back to I'll go back to the opening up for questions.
Sounds good. Thank you, Speaker. And we'll be really quick here. And as I've had a chance, I have been looking through the guidance very quickly, and it looks to me like Treasury plans to make 2 different payments to tribal governments, and I don't think they're going to be coming out today. I think there's a process that each tribe has to go through to request the funding. So it looks to me like there's going to be a little bit of a lag, but not as much as there was last year with the CARES Act. If you recall, the statutory deadline was missed by Treasury, and possibly due to some litigation involving Alaska Native corporations, the money came out later than expected, and it actually came out in 2 tranches, but both were late. So it looks like we've got some certainty as to when the funding will be coming, and it's going to be later this month, but it doesn't look like it's coming today. Just the guidance is coming today. just for your reference, and I know all of you have these slides, so I don't really need to go through them, but we found it helpful in giving these presentations to just really compare on one slide the differences between the CARES Act, Coronavirus Relief Fund, and the American Rescue Plan Act's Fiscal Recovery Fund, just so you can see how much broader it is, how much more money is involved, and how much more time you have to spend the money. But two similarities I wanted to mention to everybody is that with both the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan's fiscal recovery funds, the Inspector General has the ability to audit tribal governments and state governments on their uses of the CARES Act funds or the fiscal recovery funds. And what is the Inspector General looking for? Looking to make sure that you use the funds consistent with the statute and Treasury's guidance. So that guidance that we're going to be looking at and presenting to you later in the week is going to be really important. And then the other piece is that in both cases, Coronavirus Relief Fund and Fiscal Recovery Fund, state governments, tribal governments have to return money to the federal government that was either not spent or was spent incorrectly. So it's really going to be important to identify projects not only that are beneficial to the nation for generations to come, which is really the goal, but also to make sure that they're acceptable uses of fiscal recovery funds. So just some final observations here, and I'm not going to go into detail on any of these really, but I just wanted to point out that we do have more flexible statute, but a lot of unanswered questions. And so that's why it's going to be helpful to see what the guidance is. For example, we don't know the extent to which infrastructure projects can be funded with fiscal recovery funds other than what's specifically identified in the statute, sewer, broadband, and water. But there are other types of infrastructure, roads, that kind of thing that you might want to fund that is not clearly addressed in the statute. Like with the coronavirus relief funds, the nation will also have to submit to Treasury reports periodically on how it's using the funds, and not a lot of detail yet on how that's going to play out, but it's like with the CARES Act, it's another requirement that we all have to be aware of. So I'm going to stop there. Again, we're going to be back to you in just a few days with more, but that's a thumbnail of FRF. Happy to answer any questions, or we can just defer it all to later in the week.
Thank you very much for that and for that update, both Mr. Parsons and Ms. Elliott for that from Holland tonight. That colleagues, are there any questions at this time?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Yes, Chairman. Floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry for the interruption. I was driving and I thought I had a real light that came on that we could give our law firm time to review what just came out. The only thing that I think complicates Wednesday is Hess will be meeting in a regular meeting on Wednesday, and I think Resource and Development Committee would also have a regular meeting that day also. So perhaps Thursday would be a better day.
Chairman, I just was notified by Holland tonight that I think they might be unavailable Thursday. That's the reason why they went back to Wednesday. That was a recommendation, Chairman.
No, okay. Well, it is what it is then.
There is, we have Friday open too as well. But
Speaker Friday.
I know that there's so many things that are happening on Friday, not only here but all across the nation, in regards to services, police officers. There's services here. It's National Recognition Day for public law enforcement. So I know that there's events throughout the nation that are going on that day. And is that a still observed holiday? I'm still trying to check to see if that isn't a holiday.
And Speaker, this is Carlisle. If I'll also
Okay.
note that the Treasury Department just issued a notice as part of the information release here this morning that they will be hosting a fiscal recovery fund informational session for tribal governments this Wednesday, May 13th, actually this Thursday, May 13th at 3:30 p.m. Eastern as well. So I'm assuming the Treasury Department will review in more detail the announcements and the guidances that they've issued here this morning as a part of that informational call Thursday.
Okay, so if that informational call with what Holland and Knight will give, then Chairman, and then having some more information, what we can do is what's on the 18th. Oh, that's a staff meeting. We can move that, huh? Okay, how about if we come back then next Tuesday on the 18th? Because that'll give them some time.
That
Chairman,
works for all.
does that work? I mean, that works for Holland and Knight. Chairman, I know Law and Order is on Monday. BNF, are you having a meeting on the 18th? Chairman Hino?
Yes, we do have a meeting 10 o'clock on the 18th.
How about May 17th?
May 17th, Law and Order has a committee. Navajo Hopi Land Commission, I think, has a meeting that day. Speaker's office is having an internal staff meeting that day for recouping everything with not only with the executive branch on the ARPA funds, but going back and forth to making sure we were all on the same page on the presentations and how much dollars were each one of the organizations were actually requesting for. That was happening on the 17th. Honorable Otto.
Speaker, may I suggest Saturday the 15th? I think this is very, very important as council. I think we need to, I think this is when our weekends will have to start giving up again. And the American Rescue Plan guidance that's being rolled out is very, very important. And I know we have meetings and conflicting schedules, and like today I had to call a meeting because of this important information pertaining to the APR, and then a lot of some information that we're still is still being gathered to the meeting that's supposed to happen at 1 today. But what I'm getting to is that we really need to have this conversation prior, because the Treasury, the guidance coming out, we really need to hone in on this. But I recommend maybe Saturday morning, and let's just have the meeting in the morning only, not to allow it to carry on into all day Saturday. But I think this is a good justification for us to convene Saturday morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable also. Well, I don't know if Holland Knight is willing to work on Saturdays, but that's something I don't think that's in. We respectfully, I understand what you're saying, Honorable so, but in talking with the staff here, they're going to be working on the 22nd the following week too as well. I really don't want the staff working two weekends in a row. We can move our meeting schedule around on the 17th. Are you still having your meeting on on the 17th?
Yeah, that is a regular scheduled meeting on the 17th. But today's
Okay.
meeting that I canceled, it's going to be rescheduled to this week's schedule because giving a little more time for the presenter to finish putting his information together. But again, thank you very much, Speaker.
How about if we do it, Chairman Hino, how about if we do it in the afternoon after your BNF meeting on the 18th? Because you're the only one that has a meeting on the 18th. Chairman Hino, are you still on the line?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm here.
I don't know how many. I don't know how many are. If you have a big agenda that day.
I think we just have one report. We do have a work session after the BNF committee meeting because our anticipation is that our agenda only has one report and maybe one or two legislations. That's it. We took care of all of our legislations last week. And then we do have a work session regarding legislation 313 and 315 in the afternoon with BNF regarding Delegate Yellowhair's request for road money.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, how about on the 17th? Are you guys having Auto Sons having a meeting that day?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Law and Order Committee, we are flexible and we can make changes to the committee meeting date if need be or to the time. We were originally scheduled to meet at 10 o'clock on the 17th, but we can change that to 7 o'clock to accommodate this important information on behalf of the Navajo people. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that recommendation for compromise. But the reason why I didn't want to bring it up, there's already other meetings that it seems like they don't want to move. That are scheduled that don't want to be rescheduled too as well. So what we can do is we're having never mind. Wednesday is next Wednesday and the 19th is Hesse and RDC. And then on the 20th is a special Navi meeting. Then the 21st is a special Navajo Nation Council session meeting that the petition is going to go out shortly.
There's also an ARPA work session on the 19th.
Yeah. Honorable Otto, so is your meeting going to be all day on Monday? Or how many?
What meeting are you talking about?
The Navajo Hopi Land Commission on Monday the 17th.
Oh no! We're not gonna. It's not gonna be Monday. It's gonna probably be sometime this week.
I thought you said it was on 17th.
No.
Okay, all right. Well, with that change, then what we can do is we can have this meeting on the Madam Chair Charles Newton. Thank you very much for that compromise. And what we can do is you can still have your regular scheduled meeting, but we can start the special Naabik'íyáti committee work session on Monday the 17th at 1 o'clock or even at 2 o'clock. Then we can go on from there. Probably 2 o'clock would work better I don't know if is Holland Night available at 2:00 Navajo time? Would that be 4:00 your time?
Speaker Damon, on what day? I'm sorry.
On Monday the 17th.
Yes, sir, that works for me. That works for us, yes.
Okay. Great. Well, there it is, colleagues. 2:00 next Monday. We'll have an update not only from there, but if there's anything else, we can go ahead and add it on. Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton, for you and your committee. Colleagues, is there any other comments at this time? Honorable Otto, go ahead.
So, the way I heard your meeting will be at 2:00 Monday afternoon, correct? Not
Yes.
10?
No.
Okay.
And the reason why is because Madam Chair Charles Newton has our meeting, so it'll be an overview. If there's any questions right now, we do have Holland and Knight, and then we do have Carlisle Begay, and we do have Miss Santee Lewis on the line. If you have any further questions right now, and maybe if could be some follow-up to that during this week, if they don't have if there's a response. Again, colleagues, we do have them at here and present.
Speaker? Otto?
Yes. Oh, hold on, Honorable Otto. Let me go to the presenter real quick. Honorable Carlisle Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. And I know that's confusing in looking at dates, but as I mentioned earlier, I just forwarded some emails to the delegates and the guidance and the Deer Tribal letters that the Treasury Department has issued here this morning. But in addition to the meeting coming up on May 13th, the listening session, Treasury did just announce that they'll also host a Treasury briefing for tribal leaders today. It'll be a 30-minute briefing at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, which is 1:30 Navajo time. There's a link that is emailed in addition to a dial-in number, but I'm assuming that the Treasury Department will be issuing some of the broader overviews of their announcement today as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Honorable Begay, and we'll have get on that line too as well. That, colleagues, any other? Oh, let me go back to you, Honorable Otto. Honorable Otto.
Speaker, Delegate Freeland's on the call, just for the record. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Otto.
Thank you very much. And I believe, Speaker, Mr. Bart Stephen might be on the line pertaining to directly BIA on what funds may have been released to the program already. So if there's any releasement pertaining to ARPA, I had a conversation with the president. I'm not too sure. Well, he said that $3 million was received by public safety. And I'm not too sure how true is that. But this conversation was last week Friday, and I haven't heard anything officially to say that federal dollars were released to the Navajo Nation. And I would like to see if Mr. Stephen can elaborate on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Bart? Let me. I can go to Mr. Stevens, and he can do a presentation on that, Honorable Otto. And I can do that immediately after. If there are no further questions for Senator Begay, Mr. Parsons, Ms. Elliott, or Ms. Lewis. Is there any further questions right now for Holland Knight or Honorable Carlisle Begay or Ms. Santee Lewis from the Washington, D.C. office at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Yes, Honorable Brown, go ahead.
Yeah, the Speaker. I also sent a text just a few seconds ago. But yeah, thank you, speakers. Naabik'íyáti subcommittee. hello to all our presenters, from Mr. Begay, Ms. Lewis for Navajo Washington office, and Holland and Knight. Thank you for your presentation. You gave us a lot of really good information, and I know that going forward you will get additional information. But I'm listening, and I do appreciate all this information. Again, my questions, and I think this would be to council. I know we did receive an email from Ms. Lewis last week on the enrollment. Some of the concerns with the other tribe was Cherokee tribe, and I'm wondering if they're going to get almost the same amount of funding as Navajo. I don't know if in the guidelines, if there are enrollment statutes or recommendations to the attorneys, to Holland and Knight and everyone on the call. And also to Shannon, I think this is where, not just because of the ARPA funds, but I know previously leadership has tackled Navajo enrollment, as we are at where we're at right now. Besides horses, we are going by blood quantum, but for us, we use our kinship, our clan systems, and we know that there are a lot of our relatives out there who are raised on and off Navajo, and who know their lineage. And I think that's a topic for discussion later on as well. And then also, Mr. Begay, if you can send me more information on the language. I know that there's 20 million that's set aside for that. And then the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we do have a subcommittee, the Nebazat subcommittee. We do plan to meet this coming Friday at 9 a.m. The email was sent out, and I wanted to bring Dodi's OzCAD organization, who is leading the initiative, the work on culture and language preservation. And I think it would be really important to hear from them. And I think other language organizations as well, teachers. I know at the college, NTU, they're doing great work in language preservation, and this is an opportunity for our Navajo people and our language teachers and everyone who works with Navajo language. The other thing would be also in the presentation today, you did mention for housing, and how, thank you for recommending, and that's something that the 24th Navajo Nation Council stands behind, is on any and all housing initiatives. And when we did receive reports from Dr. Yellowman, from Mr. Dwayne Lasetta with NHA, I did request that all the housing, and Mr. Begay, if you can help us, I know that CHID and CDBG, there are numbers that are, once we get the information going forward, I know with some of the calls that are coming up with Department of Treasury, if we can look at how much CDBG and CHID and HIP dollars that might be coming to Navajo. And basically what I'm asking for is just Navajo housing on Navajo, the funds from ARPA. How much is CHID getting, and then how much will that go to Navajo? And that would go for CDBG, HIP, and then other HUD dollars as well. So we do have NHA that's over here as well. And then also, I think this is where we would need the technical assistance. I don't know if it would be besides Holland and Knight and yourself and Ms. Lewis, but to dissect some of these languages and report back to council on exactly the total funding and also the guidelines. I know that these calls that are coming forward is really important. And then also, if we can really address the increase, the insane increase in housing building materials, especially lumber, has gone up about 3 to 4 times. And I know a lot of our Navajo families are building their own homes with their own funding. And this is really stopping them from continuing their own addition or building homes for the families who have suffered from COVID, or just, to add to their homes or to build new homes. And this is where your relationship with, I see, you're giving a federal report. I'm not sure exactly what your relationship is with the White House and the Washington leadership. And it is our job, and I'll do my best also in the Navajo, Washington office, Ms. Lewis, if you can help us address this. We know that lumber companies are taking advantage. They are aware that just not tribes, but counties, as mentioned, and states are receiving, and businesses will be receiving funds. And if this is an opportunity for them, and they are taking it right now, charging and increasing the prices. Let's address this from every level, not just at the Navajo Nation Council, but if we can have a conversation, if this would have to include, I know that it is private businesses, but there has to be a way we can work with the lumber companies to where we can have these prices reasonable. And the other recommendation that I made when I attended the Navajo Housing Authority and talking to others in these meetings like this, the Naabik'íyáti work session, was when do we buy bulks of lumber and store them? Do we store them? Do we expect prices to come back down? When would be best time to do that? We do have some real concerns from our people with these increased lumber prices. The worst thing that that could happen is that the prices of lumber is going to continue to climb. And what will happen? And with all this funding that looks so big, especially in the housing area and the housing industry, literally one house can cost quadruple the amount. So the idea of building more houses with all these funding will be defeating that purpose. So if we can look at that and dissect that on just the lumber prices alone. That concludes my question. Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, I guess it was a blanket question. I don't know if anybody from the three presenters would like to present a response, or if not now, a response when we come back next Monday.
Mr. Brown, this is Nicole Elliott from Holland Knight. I'm happy to jump in, and Mr. Begay and Ms. Lewis may as well. But we have been closely following the American Rescue Plan and all of the different areas of funding. And I'd be happy to send you some housing information or information on that was available of the native languages. You're right on that amount. And I think it is a lot of information and a lot of different areas of money. And we've just been really stressing to make sure we're focused obviously on this fiscal recovery fund because it is by the sheer number, but there are definitely a lot of other opportunities out there, and thinking strategically to make sure the nation is taking advantage of everything that the American Rescue Plan has to offer. So I commend you for looking at those areas and thinking them through.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Santi.
Yes, Ms. Lewis, go ahead.
Delegate Brown, I believe Delegate Brown and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I believe that inflation should be a concern. I hear you, and I don't believe that it's just in lumber. I believe that our economy has been impacted by COVID-19, and I believe that, like for instance, on the news, every single morning they're talking about car shortages just because there's no microchips available, and I believe that we will probably see shortages in other areas of our economy. And I think that inflation is very real. I think it's going to be happening. However, I do want to just preface those remarks with mentioning that I'm also not an economist, but I will make sure that your concerns are that I share your concerns with J.T. Willie, with the Division of Economic Development, and then also Dr. Yellowman, who oversees some of the construction projects on behalf of the Navajo Nation, within her department, and then I'll make sure that Chief of Staff is also aware. At this time, I do not know which entity we should engage with. However, I think that will require us to have additional conversations internally, and also to just try to figure out how do we plan going forward. So then that way the Navajo Nation isn't paying exorbitant prices for some of these for some of these raw materials. So I will take your concern, and I will make sure that others are aware of them, and hopefully we'll have I'll be able to provide a more thorough response in the future, or at least have someone who is much of a subject matter expert to speak on this. So thank you, Delegate Brown and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Honorable Chairman, this is Carlisle.
Yes, Honorable Carlisle Brigade, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I think the other presenters make good points, and the only thing I would want to stress on some of the points that Delegate Brown had mentioned, and I mentioned this in my report earlier, but I think it would be another important point to make for our Navajo Nation leadership to also consider, again, meeting with our external, the external impacts and potential opportunities for collaboration from the American Rescue Plan, from our surrounding state, county, and local municipalities as well. And there's a lot of money being dispersed in the coming few months from the Treasury Department, and equally our surrounding states and bordering states are asking the same question in their planning efforts. And I think it would be a missed opportunity if we don't take advantage of an opportunity to meet with the state leadership and equally stress the importance of co-investments and infrastructure and broadband. An example, we've had a lot of great discussions with the state of Arizona on broadband investments on the nation from some of the investments the state will be making from the American Rescue Plan. But just wanted to re-stress that point that I think there's greater opportunity beyond the allocation the nation will receive directly, but also indirectly in some of the investments the state or counties could also invest in.
Thank you very much, Brigade. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor then. Is there any further comments, questions at this time before we let the team members go and start researching and getting presented for their presentations next Monday? Honorable Yellow Hair, good morning. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay, now, Mom, I was on mute after I asked you. Anyway, here now speakers telephone give me the floor on the issue that only 24 council member colleagues out of here, Carlisle, get here, get she didn't so then here now they sent you loose the door here, Washington, and yeah, she not kidding the more yet, even other kid. Credel Shorty. This is ARPA, the based on all the external funding law. Been a black kid. Did based on later Credel American Rescue Plan Act. That has jet peso, that has anish, that has jet card lines, the term and conditions, the hello, the Sabanata Skitty, the goddamn Justini, Jonet Karin, Hanna. These are again his last, the Carla Gay. It goes to the number one nation to Cordell Shorty, so that's about not that. Eva at a husband. Most important to me is duration date. He's a CEO. Johnny Carrick, when he got us 8 months in Hadet, or 7 months expired, December 31st. But we're lucky there was 1 year extension up to December 31st, 2021. What you could do based upon negative 80 durations against that Tisco. At Tisco, allow Lenahan out of bed on Shido, based on the Jado, Asito. Edo Aya Ebnashi could tell shortness a husband based on the what avant this case. Aronabilash could not his way could inflation gay is our beyond control and John Idias Tilia Nick Brown either aunt or Hayiba Nekati board that was only like nothing but so it's $45 a board now. With report. About a husband here, what $8. I stand out with the asshole and let us lay. She could all in the peso she did and she be Ranalo. I died Nick Chedo. Araban Yasadi Yado, he chapter the Arayata in this. As you know, his son is and she, it could the conduct that his goya. The Queen of the Bego, Asgaya, age that out of a quadrat, that's important to me. Basically, on G with the 8 odd years this year, 2 weeks going at them, Cordell Short of JST. Could out our area, Cardinals, and never presentation, but not sunny, out of the question. The Roy out of Hosita, not a passage that, on it all, the Queen of the Ebeta on the Shigi. Ona Kinaha Nina, a condemned suspect caution, Nahato was not on 24 councilman, Shiro Hokaki, Bernardus Kitundek, needed a collage verbally. But the paper which should comment is very important to external funding. All once upon has still only my 24 councilman, though here speaker. A labor sheet in on the hidden Bundy, Michigan, with a one supper has still you in Number 1 is a water line project. Next, I don't know the road as a teen as a base, but has other store. Jabeda does install as shit team best not the Napa in the Argentine chamber. Bishi other. Washington or Dale, it has a BRA and NPL, the NATO Quadri Navajo Nation government, by those Chennai. The Hutars are the Ashas are then later chamber are there. A yo, na ayat na huntan halde. But all the Hutchis, Chennai, the Ayat or Tanshed or Tata, no Washington. What also Pahastido, this 24 councilmen. Arashid National Tangi, Yoshinti, Shea, Waterland Project, Mini Mill Waterland Project, Tito Sleeping Mountain Project, and also Arabi Waterline Project. There's 2 projects today. Sheta at the Tona Shesha, Aro, and still hold water. Net Kiskana Tona Shke, Jilchin Bagale, because you don't sleep or use. Osna all day tonashi. I want to say not equal. I don't complain about as we talk about all this water nashi on something. You know, I did 1 million day but later she taught us little or didn't actually do work 1 million on the doll test when the water pump to be available in Black Mesa in PL area. She had also and I live outside, but we still use one windmill too. She's that also Johnny in the door in PL cat in the a cooked area Bajito de Shed, Mr. So I really appreciate speakers going to put everything online on the agenda. Thank you very much, Carlisle, to hear your voice again. Santi Lucento, the whole land and Kanai too. Thank you. So I'm going back on mute now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Elder. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. But again, we did note that Hall in the Night and both Senator Begay and Santi Lewis will be back before us next Monday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, regarding an update of what the Treasury is coming out with today and what the other agencies are as well. So, is there any other further questions at this time for them?
Honorable Speaker Damon, this is Delegate
Yes.
Rick Ned here.
Good morning, Chairman Nez. Did you have a question?
I've just been listening to the call since we got off the RDC meeting, so just to let you know I am on the call. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Okay, thank you, the Speaker, Chairway, the members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, the Washington office, Ms. Luce. I have a question. During the consultation, the tribal consultation, you know who will be? I know that I myself sent some my comments to those where the link of that where you could do the consultation. But I wanted to know that what's the outcome about Navajos regarding their burial assistance, because we know that the Navajo Nation doesn't have its own mortuaries. This all have to be outside, and then right now it seems like with my side of the reservation, which is southwest part of the reservation, it's only Holbrook and Winslow that has a service there, but they don't go with the package that's available to the nation. So, and then when something happens down in Phoenix, it's lately been all this time is that the body has to be brought back from Phoenix or elsewhere to Holbrook and Winslow cemeteries. So a lot of expense went through, paying people. What kind of consultation was being discussed or reached to an agreement to where we could get more burial assistance, the cost of it, and also that we know that we have a criminal investigation IT to have a unit that they can carry bodies in it. Can we give more fundings to those people that are with CIs, criminal investigations, so they can be part of this, to be part of the burial assistance, or employ more people that way. So that's just my thought. That what kind of agreement was reached when we're doing the consultation regarding that. That will be my question, Speaker. Thank you. Hello?
Good afternoon or good morning.
Yes, Chairman. I can hear you. Sorry. Or thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. Thank you very much. With that, any other comments, questions?
Mr. Speaker, this is Santi. May I respond to Delegate Begay's question?
Yes, go ahead.
Delegate Begay, so with respect to funeral costs, I know that the Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA, they are actually coordinating, or they actually have the funeral assistance program. And so right now what they are doing is reimbursing families directly. So they do have a program that is intended to provide financial assistance for funeral expenses, and it is for deaths that occur after January 20th, 2020, and so long as it's related to COVID-19. And again, it's intended to help ease the financial stress that families are currently experiencing. And so right now the Washington office shared, well, we have been working with the Office of the President as well as others, just so that Navajo families are made aware of this financial assistance program. I believe that the Office of the President had also issued a press release trying to share this information so that Navajo families are aware that they can apply for this assistance. And so some of the documentation that is needed is, one, you need an official death certificate. You also have to provide funeral expense documents, such as like receipts, or maybe there's a contract that the family has entered into with the funeral home. And then, of course, they will only reimburse what actually came out of pocket. So if you received support from family members or others, you also have to let them know. And the maximum award is $9,000 per funeral, with a maximum of $35,500 per application. And so families must individually apply for this program. And so I know that the Navajo Nation has also been asking, apart from this individual assistance, can the Navajo Nation, so can a tribal entity be reimbursed for the funeral expenses that the Navajo Nation itself has paid? Right now, we have been having ongoing conversations with FEMA, and I know that the Deputy Chief of Staff, Milton Bluehouse, has really been working and monitoring this. And so unfortunately, I do not have the most up-to-date information. However, I can let Milton know that this question was raised, and that we can try to coordinate a written response to you as to our efforts. But I know that there are ongoing conversations with FEMA to see if the Navajo Nation can be reimbursed and if more funds can be made available through the Division of Social Services. So that is that's all I have for now. I believe that I think you also had a question or a comment about with the officers unit or criminal investigation, whether or not money can be made available to them. I think that that's going to have to be another conversation that is carried forward with the Division of Public Safety. So again, we'll flag that. I'll make sure that others are aware of it, just so if there is an opportunity to advocate for that, we will surely do so. So thank you. I hope you find that helpful, and I'll follow up on a written response. Yeah, thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate McKay again. I have a follow-up question.
Yes, go on, Honorable Elmer Brigade, go ahead.
Thank you for that, Ms. Luce. So how many people got assisted, do you know, or they're just not starting it. That's my question. The second one is, if we want to have more information, I know we saw that, the link to that, but this is the same information that you gave us. So it seems like we have to be the individual people, families that has to go through that link to get more information. There's nothing being shared with if you go to social service. They don't have that much information on it too. So how can we make this available to all the people, especially to our grandmas and grandpas that are out in rural areas? So is there how we can, we don't want to provide information to these people right now because if they can't be assisted with, I don't want to be, people might say something that it wasn't even for them. It was really hard to get this assisted, why they had to give us a lot of hope. How can we be really definite, how it would be easier for me to really help? I guess I could say that I need help with more information on it. How do I get it? How does the people or my chapters get that kind of information, the same information that I'm getting right now? That's just my question. How do we go about it? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Begay. This is Santi again. Well, I know that the Navajo Nation does need to continue to build a strong relationship with FEMA, and at this time, I still don't know if they're, like for instance, the application, I don't know if they are tracking those who have deceased, like whether or not they are Native American, and two, whether or not they are Navajo. And I know that this topic is very difficult because culturally we don't really speak about this. And so I can understand how sensitive or how difficult that like a conversation about this could be for you and others. I think that there is a strong potential for us to continue to share this information. So I would just encourage our council delegates to just be familiar with this program. But separately, I think that I'll just make sure that our Division of Social Services, who coordinates that funeral expense account along with HCOC, that we somehow try to figure out, or that they share this information with families. And I know once again that how sensitive it is, but perhaps there is a way to make it to provide this information in a respective manner, but also just let them know that families will still have to come out of pocket once a death has occurred, and that they'll have to just maintain all of their receipts and have to go through this process. And that was one of the concerns that was expressed very early on, just recognizing that many of our people do not have broadband access. How are they going to apply for these funds? And especially some of our elders, how will this program be accessible to them, especially with a language barrier or talking about something that just might not feel comfortable. So we continue to have conversations with FEMA. We are trying to still work with them to see if the Navajo Nation can have a more involvement. Like, for instance, can the Navajo Nation receive these funds and work with our members accordingly? Well, that's still something that we don't know if FEMA would be willing to work with us on that. But again, we're trying to work with them, so then that way our members are supported and that the help is there for them. So I will again work with Deputy Chief of Staff Milton Bluehouse just to see where we are on this, and we'll provide an updated report in writing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that response, Ms. Lewis. With that, colleagues, are there any other questions?
Speaker.
Yes.
Also.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that Santee brought up an issue pertaining to the death benefits pertaining to Navajos, our citizen who perished because of the virus. And I was going to ask that question of what Santee brought up, is that the Navajo Nation government itself has infused some of its own money, not the $638, some of its own dollars to actually help our Navajo citizens who were affected by COVID. And we helped that family with these best death benefits. And I believe we helped many, many families across the Navajo Nation with these services. And I really, commend the Navajo Nation Council for supporting and passing that legislation pertaining to infusing our own dollars to try to help our own tribal citizens who and so those are just my one of my concerns is the Navajo Nation government able to utilize or to be able to recoup these dollars that it has infused. And I believe not too long ago, I think it was Honorable Pernell Holona who introduced the legislation, and to see if we could recoup those costs, whether it was from the CARES Act or recoup the costs from the American Rescue Plan. And that way, the nation is reimbursed. But if we can go directly to FEMA, that would open up a whole nother dialogue and be able to recoup those dollars from at the level of FEMA. I don't know how long these reimbursements take with FEMA, because dealing with natural disasters, my chapter did a reimbursement with FEMA for a rain emergency, and it took years and years to get that reimbursement from FEMA. And I believe it's about 8 years it took. So I'm not too sure if FEMA will be on that same course of time, effort for reimbursement. And then the other is that I guess if this FEMA option is available there, this question is probably to our own division directors. And what do we do? Do we start referring our Navajo citizens to the FEMA reimbursement option? That way, they can pay OOP and get their reimbursement through the federal system. That's one. But again, we have Navajo citizens that actually are struggling at this time and cannot endure the cost. There's one family that I know that had 3 deaths in the family, all related to COVID, and they couldn't cover the costs. And our own tribal program made them jump through the hoops to try to get this funeral expense paid. And they were calling me in, and I just wondered, what is our program doing? But with that, how do we approach this from the tribal level? And I really hope that we can recoup our dollars that we infuse to help our Navajo citizens. But again, that alludes to, our Navajo citizens, requesting for reimbursement, what type of legality does that put on the reimbursement request? If the nation paid us so much on a certain individuals, helping them with the funeral costs, and there's a difference, and the homeowner picks it up, what does that do? There's going to be two claims at the federal level. If it goes through FEMA, they're going to say, hey, there's two entities requesting for reimbursement. How do they approach that? Is it just one person, or is it just one individual that can make that claim? Because I know families that were affected with COVID preliminary before monies were infused by our travel program, and this family in Flagstaff, Arizona, was actually told, no, you can't. We can't help you because we don't work with that mortuary. In the Navajo Nation, to me, that's a form of discrimination, and these were BIE dollars or BIA dollars that came through the 638 contract, and these Navajo citizens, that Navajo citizen was well qualified. That individual that was deceased was an enrolled Navajo member, but our own tribal program said, oh, we don't work with that mortuary, so we cannot honor that contract. Or we can't work with that mortuary. So that left the family to endure the cost that they went with the funeral arrangement that they made with that mortuary company. And I really hope that the family got some sort of reimbursement relating to that matter. But, again, we really hope that we could find some middle ground, and our executive branch, PNT, we infuse these dollars every year, whether they're $638, K dollars, or tribal normal operation dollars into the tribal government. As legislatures, we infuse these dollars, and the executive branch is supposed to carry out these protocols to execute the work. And a lot of these, it goes back to what Mr. Honorable Elmer Begay is speaking to, is that information is not out there. And
Alvaro, so you still there?
But, Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes. Well, what I'm alluding to is that a lot of these responsibilities, these educational, informing the general public, is supposed to be the responsibility of our executive branch to convey out to our Navajo public. And we fund them each year. And COVID was a really good experience because, when COVID started, we sent everybody home. The executive branch sent everybody home and shut the doors of all tribal operations. And the need for the direction for community members to get help was not there. And that's what I mean. We fund it, and what's going to happen with this realm? Are we going to not? Is the tribal government not going to provide these answers to the general public? And this should already be on the website, on social services, pertaining to educating and providing information to the general public of our Navajo citizens. So they're not tech savvy. They don't have smartphones. I see even our own tribal leaders who have flip phones still, who don't, where there's no internet to it. And then we hear that there's one tribal person that doesn't have a cell phone. But what I'm getting to is that, we need to get this information out there to our Navajo citizens and through our tribal programs out there, because every year we appropriate monies from the Navajo Nation to the tribal program. And every time something happens, that dialogue is not out there, and the community members are asking the delegates, where do I go for this? Where do I go for that? And in Sissy's case, and it just makes me wonder, are these tribal programs getting this information out to the general public? So those are just some of my concerns that I have, Santi. And I know that you don't speak for the whole executive branch, but you're part of the executive branch. And I know that you have a lot of weight that you can bring to the meetings, at the weekly division directors meeting that occurs. And I'm hoping that at those meetings, these things are talked about at the division level. And maybe when you get on the call for the weekly division directors meeting, that you can bring this issue back up to the president and the division director and the chief of staff, the deputy chief of staff, so that you guys can find a way to address this issue. And the community members really shouldn't be asking the delegates, where should I go? We pay these division directors and managers and these programs to provide that information, and especially this FEMA reimbursement. People shouldn't be asking, where should I go, things like that. Should be on the website, and a Q&A should be put on there to say, if you are seeking reimbursement for funeral costs, go to this website, to this link. And it should be posted up at every chapter house. So
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay. A follow-up question.
Thank you, Honorable Araso. That, let me go to follow-up question by Honorable Elmer Begay, and then I'll go back to the presenters. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, Santin Loose. You're saying that you're Sony, Russian Chinko, Mr. Kapaha, and Sony and Toba's not at the same plan. So, but going back to my question, Speaker, my question goes to are we going to hear from Emergency Command Center, the one that are working with FEMA, because I think we want to know that how much is the Navajo Nation eligible or qualified for FEMA fundings through the CARES, and then the one that the American Rescue fundings that are coming in. How do we have a plan? How we can that qualify for FEMA? What's their plan on it? What kind of fundings can we are eligible for, or programs that are eligible for FEMA fundings? So that will be my question to emergency command center that was established by the Navajo Nation. So that was my question, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go back to the sponsors, but before that, um, Honorable Elmer Begay, when Dr. Jill Jim came before the Naabik'íyáti committee, she was also asking questions on behalf of the command center, and I don't know if individual presenters today have a response, but I don't have is I don't have Dr. Jill Jim coming back before the council again or at any Nabi work session, but there can be networking out to ask her for a response on that, on by Alma Brigade. So with that, let me go back to the floor or to the presenters. Is there any follow-up response?
Speaker, this is Santi Lewis, and I just wanted to acknowledge Council Delegate So's comments, and also I'll make sure that that we also try to provide, well, not try, that we do provide a written response to some of the questions that were raised during today's Q&A session. I also have on the line Ms. Neswood Gishi, so she can talk about some of the efforts that the Division of Social Services have done just to share information, and if she can just be provided a brief moment to share what her division has done, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Speaker Damon.
Thank you. Before I go to Ms. Neswood Gishi, is there any other further response from either Holland Knight or Mr. Begay? If there's none, somebody said Speaker Damon. I don't know.
Speaker Damon, this is Bart Stevens.
Yes.
I'm just letting you know that I can provide additional information on the ARP funds from the BIA if needed.
Okay. What Mr. Stevens, what I did indicate earlier is that once the presenters are cleared out and we don't have any more questions for the current presenters, I will come to you for an update. So just please stay in the queue on standby. Ms. Neswood Gishi, do you have anything else to add at this time?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is Deanna Neswood Gishi. So regarding the FEMA letters, thank you, Honorable Ottoso, for the question on FEMA funeral assistant reimbursement and how individuals can be aware what needs to be done. So Honorable Speaker Damon, the Division of Social Services on April 27, we had sent out 1,308 letters to the individuals who either applied for the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance or the Public Law 93-638 COVID-19 burial assistance. So we had sent individual letters to any the applicants who applied on behalf of the decedent. And we also attached the letter from FEMA, which indicates what number needs to be called and information as far as it is a direct reimbursement from FEMA. And since FEMA considered this disaster assistance, the individual had to apply on behalf of the decedent. So those did go out, and we did provide the copy sample letter to President Nez as well as Chief of Staff. And that was one of the directives given when the Nomination Council passed our UUFB for additional COVID-19 assistance. And so I want to thank Honorable Chair Daniel So for providing that request that we should send notice out to the families that did apply. We also have it on the Division of Social Services website. So we have been making those efforts to make it known for anyone on and off Navajo who have had an impact of a tremendous loss of a family member due to COVID-19, that there is funeral assistance available directly from FEMA. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, is there any further comments, questions for Holland and Knight, Mr. Carlisle Begay, or Santee Lewis? We do have Mr. Stevens, who is going to give a presentation and an update on from BIA, and then we can go ahead and ask him some questions in the follow-up too as well.
Vice Chair Smith, Speaker.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, and the Naabik'íyáti committee members of the Navajo Nation, and those that are listening in on this morning, and those that have presented. We're in a unique situation, and I am part of the Navajo Hopi Land Commissioners. And I see BIA is on board with this. And the question is, BIA is getting a certain amount of dollars, and which covers the Navajo Nation in respect to services that need to be provided within the Navajo Nation. However, within the Navajo Udzil area, they're under Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation, which is separate from Bureau of Indian Affairs. And my question is, it seemed like it wasn't considered to also include Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation to provide dollars for their needs. Because we went to DC and we've asked to have some funds allocated. According to the amount that's being requested for 10 chapters is around about $4 billion. That's the Navajo Thaw. And within that, we have requested possibly $3 million in an attempt to get the numbers that could be moved through the Congressional Appropriation Committees. However, when we did present that, it was like a startling effect for the Congressional Roundtable. I was part of that. And they said that's too big of a number. I don't know if there was an amount provided for the Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation to help those that have been relocated due to the 1974 settlement. And if there's an amount, or if we could propose that to the U.S. Treasury. I know that BIA is getting a substantial amount of funds, but this is the concern that's within my constituents would like to know if they're also considered in this appropriation that's going to be coming down. We haven't got a figure, but how do we ensure that Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation is given a block grant and they can divide that up for services that are pending? That's my question, Speaker, and thank you, Carlisle Begay, for presenting your report, and Santee Lewis, and also the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee here asking questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, so I don't know if anybody will tackle that question.
Hey, Mr. So here.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So we are in the queue. I can come to you.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, this is Auntie.
Yes, Louis, go ahead.
I just wanted to address Chair Smith's question. So I understand his concerns regarding O'Neill. I believe that just the history of the Office of Navajo and Hopi Indian Relocation is it's a complicated history, and I know that the Navajo Nation Washington office continues to support not only the Navajo Thaw program, but also trying to keep O'Neill open. We know that each year Congress intends to close that office. I think in the prior appropriations process, they have actually proposed to close it, and we have worked with Mr. Greg Smith, who is the hired advocate to support O'Neill. And we have been working very closely with him to ensure that the Navajo Nation's position is made known with respect to O'Neill. I guess I'm just hesitant to comment on that just because I don't want to confuse the purpose of today's discussion, because today we are talking about ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, and I think that our work with O'Neill kind of goes into appropriations. But I do just want to make a general comment that we are advocating for additional resources. We are advocating to keep that office open, and to the extent that ARPA funds are used to address issues in that area, I know that there's undoubtedly going to be projects that are looked at in that area. Several division directors know of the tremendous need to help families in that area, especially those who reside in the former Bennett Freeze area. We know that there is essentially no infrastructure, and so we will continue to ensure that those communities are supported, that these funds have lasting improvements across the Navajo Nation, so just not in O'Neill, but across the Navajo Nation. And so we continue to look to Navajo leadership to make those decisions and to give us guidance. So I think that concludes my response. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Smith.
Thank you very much for that description and that recognition of the two different resources there, Ms. Lewis. So with that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours at this time.
Okay.
Yes.
I question you. Did you call me? I was running.
Yes.
Oh, I question. Oh, sure. Regards to this money that's coming down, American Recovery Plan, there's Naabik'íyáti Act. I reckon there are, regards to codification, I don't know what they use. Always use the Code of Federal Regulation. And in regards to that, anything that's in that section, I think that's how it's approved to the Indian nation, and how update it or those. My question: what the Congress are using to give us a fund that would be allocated for this act, ARPA, and what are their act is trying to, how is it trying to help the Indian nation to recover from this pandemic that's ongoing? I'm pretty sure they have everything debated on. And like I always say, the money comes down the federal government. It's always got stipulation, and there are some funds that cannot be touched because of how the Navajo Nation is and how they live, and way different from the Western world. Because of our situation here, we're in the third world. A lot of places we don't have electricity, no running water, and roads. And a lot of places we don't have employment for our people to work. Only thing we get by is sustain ourselves with our crafts, whatever we make. And some of those crafts only give us enough on the table. And so if we're living in the central area or in the area where there's more populated, we got electricity and water, we use that money on it to pay for the rents. Other than that, we don't have any funds for our kids to go to school, any kind of scholarship, or some of the insurance for our vehicles that are too high these days. So those are all the concerns, how we live here on the Navajo Nation. It's way different from the other Indian nation. I know because some of them are contract tribes. We're the treaty tribes. I always stress that because we are. I don't want us to forget that. So I'm pretty sure there's a difference. So with this is my concern. How is the money to be used, and is it coinciding with the way we live? That we still get a board outside and put it on the floor, and we all sit around and eat from the same pot. Is it coincide with that legislation, that act that's coming forward to help us? Would that help the people down below where we have to herd sheep daily and have to get meat from the sheep, and we don't have no refrigeration, etc. These are the concerns that we have in the grassroots level on the Navajo Nation. We don't live like other tribes where they're small and they have everything in one area, like a village with electricity and running water. We are a different tribe. We don't live in the other tribe in a village. That's what they try to do to us, to Navajo housing. But now we have a lot of our concern because of the gang-related and drug-related issues. There are crimes that the police department are suffering now, daily. So those are some another situation that we have. What do we have for the police department? I don't know what the 38 treaty is, but it seems that that data doesn't concern us here on the Navajo Nation because we're populated more and also more mileage to cross. We don't have a police department that can do that. We need a station almost in every 10 miles, or etc. We don't have that. And the broadband issue, and the communication is hard. Sometimes you can't get out of the county DCA to report a theft or a killing or something, or somebody's trying to kill you. You can't reach on the top with your cell phone. But these are some of the issues that we have. I hope that people down there in Congress understood how we live to make those legislation in regards to how we're going to use the funds. So that's my situation, Chair. And I would really like to know and see those whatever 151 page I think they were saying. I would like to look through it and see what is in it for my people on the reservation, how I can get to it, what language can be used to get the funds to put it on the ground. That's my thinking over here while I'm just sitting here trying to think about the things that we know that we really need, but sometimes we don't get with the funds from the federal government, and usually just sidetrack somewhere else. And so these are my concerns. To go ahead, and I believe you guys were scheduling a meeting. When was that meeting? What was that meeting for? Or we're still on that scheduling that, or did we already dated? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So, the follow-up meeting from today's conversation, due to the fact that there's guidelines coming down from the Treasury today, and Holland and Knight and Mr. Carlisle Begay and Santee Lewis are going to be further looking into that information and going through that information. They will be coming back before the Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, or Naabik'íyáti committee, next Monday on the 17th at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Honorable Eugene So. So with that, is there any response for Honorable Eugene So at this time?
Speaker, this is Carlisle.
Yes, thank you, Carlisle. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. My apologies. I just want to say I missed part of Delegate So's response or questions. I had to take another call, so I apologize to Delegate So for missing some of his comments. I'll defer to the other two presenters.
Mr. Speaker, this is Santee.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to acknowledge Delegate So's comments, and I think that's one of the problems for Congress. How do they, like when they draft a bill that is considered for the people, and especially with respect to how quickly the American Rescue Plan was put together, it is a very short period of time. We know that Congress had passed the Consolidated Appropriations Act in December, and then the next major piece of legislation was the American Rescue Plan, and at that time, we know that the purpose of it was to help America recover, but also to ensure that all sectors of the government were able to help roll out the distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. And so every piece of legislation just can't simply, it probably doesn't fit every single community, but I think that what Congress did was just try to correct some of the flaws that were observed during the distribution of CARES Act funding, and some of what we saw. And so I think that with the change in administration, especially now that President Biden had issued an executive order committing to strengthening nation-to-nation relationship, and also supporting tribal consultation. We are committed to having more dialogue with our federal counterparts, and I can actually attest to that through the tribal consultation process that we have just been inundated with over the past couple of months. It has been very, very busy because our federal officials want to hear from Indian country, and we have been weighing in. And I know that every single legislation hasn't been perfect for us. However, I hope that Delegate So knows that there's a lot of flexibility where we can make sure that these funds are used in a way where Navajo leadership can use it, so then that way it best that it addresses what our ills and problems are to the best of our abilities. So I think that there's a lot of flexibility allowing us to use the money as we see fit. And it's probably a good thing that Congress wasn't very specific, because then maybe other tribal communities could be having the issues that we encounter from time to time. But to the extent there's regulations that need to be corrected, we are always more than willing to hear those. And if there's something else that is standing in the way that prevents us from delivering services, again, we are happy to hear that as well. And just know that I think that there's a lot of people who want to see who want to help the Navajo people. Our congressional delegation has stated repetitively that they are there to help us. So Mr. So, we are more than happy to hear specifically what issues those are, and I just wanted to leave that door open to you, and as well as all members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Again, it's Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lewis. Is there any other comments, questions at this time? We do have Mr. Bart Stevens waiting in the queue to do a presentation as well.
Speaker Freeland.
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, presenters, thank you for the update as well. I wanted just to ask if we anticipate the Treasury guidelines to be stringent, maybe somewhat comparable to the last Treasury guidelines under CARES Act. Do we anticipate that? And I appreciate Santi mentioning that we can use this as we see fit, but I think we really need to emphasize basic infrastructure needs for our people and getting that done this time. I know we learned a lot from CARES Act. We took a lot away from that experience, but this is an opportune time for us to get these infrastructure done this time and get it done right and completed right. So I guess my question is, do we anticipate the Treasury guidelines to be as stringent as CARES Act? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. And I think that's what they'll be looking at over the next week to give us that breakdown and that information. But if there's a response specifically right now from any of the presenters.
Certainly, Speaker. Thank you. So yeah, we'll give you more detail next week when we give our presentation, but just because the statute is much broader than the CARES Act, I can tell you, while I haven't reviewed the whole 150-page guidance that was just released, it definitely is more flexible than what you could do under the CARES Act. Like, for example, the CARES Act did not include infrastructure funding. Ultimately, Treasury said that the coronavirus relief funds could be used for infrastructure, but there were some conditions on that. And that in particular, you had to be connected to COVID-19. Right here in the statute for fiscal recovery funds, we've got water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, and it doesn't even have to be connected to COVID-19. So right there, we know that infrastructure is going to be broader. Now, can you do other infrastructure projects? I think that's a little unclear right now, and I'm hoping the guidance illuminates that a little bit, like for example, road projects or energy projects. But right now, we do know that it is broader, and I'll get more details for you on that next week.
Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Parsons. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? Going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yeller. Speaker?
Yes.
This is Delegate Yeller. I'm looking for that very good news. It's a very big difference between a care funds, also a American Rescue Plan Act. This is a big difference between the two. We have a good opportunity with this fund coming in. There's a very good guideline coming in to us by next Monday. Thank you, Speaker. So, yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, there's no more comments, questions. We can go ahead and go on to Mr. Stevens' report at this time. Mr. Stevens?
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon.
Good afternoon.
And honorable delegates, this is Bart Stevens. I'm the acting Deputy Bureau Director for Field Operations within BIA, supervising all 12 regions, including Navajo. And I appreciate the opportunity to chime in and hopefully provide some clarification to what's going on with BIA central office and what's rolling out to the regions and so forth, American Recovery Act funds, and certainly answer any questions that you all might have. We had a good meeting, myself along with the acting regional director, Mr. Holliday from the Navajo region, with the executive branch, President Nez, and some of his staff on Friday to provide an update on where the BIA is at with the rollout of these funds, and then kind of explain the process of where we need to go from here in terms of what work on the Navajo Nation needs to happen in order for these funds to be distributed. Just real quick, I'll just cover some quick amounts with what will be coming to the Navajo Nation. And all the money has been distributed to the regional office. So each of the 12 regions in BIA have received their, what we call our funds distributions documents, which gives them the amount of money that needs to go into which 638 contract to the tribes that they serve. And of course, the Navajo region just serves the Navajo tribe. So those funds have hit the regional office last week. And then the Indian Self-Determination Office at the region, led by Ms. Orlinda Platero, reaches out to Cordell Shorty's shop at Navajo Nation OMB. I'm assuming that if it didn't happen late Friday, it happened this morning. And there's where the work begins, because these funds, for the most part, all except the potable water fund, will be distributed through existing 93-638 contracts. And in order for that to happen, as many of you may know, that there are what we call modifications to those contracts that need to happen. This was all covered at great extent in the tribal consultation with Indian Affairs and tribal leaders that was referenced earlier in the conversation here. So how that works is Ms. Potero will make the Navajo Nation OMB aware of the amounts of funds that are sitting waiting for response from Mr. Shorty's shop to present a scope of work, which is a narrative describing how these funds will be used, and a budget. And then once that's received at the regional office, the awards are made into those contracts. Another piece that was covered at tribal consultations were that the flexibility for tribes to make adjustments along the way to these budgets and scopes of work is certainly allowable. Mr. Newland brought forward, and of course, Mr. Newland is the nominee for the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, but his current position title is PDAS, which is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs. What he referenced was that the availability of tribes to make those adjustments and to be able to reprogram based on what needs they bring forward. He also referenced that, like last go around with CARES Act funding, there were some timelines, and there are not timelines associated with these funds. They are what we call no-year dollars, meaning they don't expire and they are available until fully expended. So there is no expiration date like there was last go around. The other part that I just want to reiterate again is the flexibility of tribes to use the funds as intended by the law that distributes these funds, or that appropriated these funds. So, as I referenced before, most of the money that the Navajo Nation will be getting, is coming through the 93-638 contracts. So, just to clarify, and I know this was a question on Friday that we clarified, and it was referenced earlier in this call, that from the last time the Navajo Nation submitted tribal enrollment data to this go around of submitting tribal enrollment data, there was a significant increase in tribal membership, near 90,000 additional tribal members. Also covered on tribal consultation was Indian Affairs putting forward to tribal leaders that they will be self-certifying their tribal enrollment. So we weren't going to base it on previous data collection of tribal enrollment data. Somebody brought up recently on this call about number of employees or workforce that the tribe has. That was not collected. That's not a part of this formula that was brought forward. It was purely tribal enrollment data that would be certified by tribal leadership. In this case, it'd be the president of the Navajo Nation, other tribal chairmen and chairpersons self-certified their data. Now, given that 90,000 is a big jump in enrollment, it was still honored and plugged into the formula for calculating these funds that would go to each tribe. It was referenced on this call just recently that somebody mentioned about the Cherokee Nation and their numbers. And it's correct, the Navajo Nation and the Cherokee Nation are two of the highest populations of Indian tribes within Indian country. So definitely those two tribes will be getting a brunt of at least the Indian Affairs money that we calculated going forward. So with that tribal enrollment data put into the formula, aid to tribal government funding, which can be used to support tribal government services, social services, child welfare, public safety, and other related expenses related to what we call TPA, tribal priority allocation lines, to meet the tribe's individual recovery needs, is about $8 million. Well, $8 million. will be coming through aid to tribal government. So I'm sure that communication with Mr. Shorty's shop is happening, and what his shop will need to do is get with those programs and develop a scope of work and a budget for that $8 million, and then Ms. Platero will make the award into that contract in what we call a contract modification, which is adding these additional one-time funds to that contract. Now, down the road, if priorities change or needs arise, Mr. Shorty can certainly move forward with a different budget to make adjustments as needed throughout the life of these funds until they're expended. Housing improvement, that was also referenced on this call. The calculations that were presented by central office are about $9.9 million going towards home improvement, housing improvement program to the Navajo Nation. Again, this is through the 93-638 contract with the Navajo Nation on housing improvement services. There are different waivers that are being considered by central office that would allow easier expenditure for these funds for that program. And again, this goes through Mr. Shorty's office for a budget and a scope of work to let the region know the plan moving forward, and then the funds would be awarded. Another section of funds, we've been told by the Office of Justice Services that it's about $3.4 million for law enforcement. On the call last Friday, it was brought up again about the need for flexibility with those funds, and it was referenced here with criminal investigations, how that would look. OJS, we had Mr. Travis LeBeau on the call. He didn't say for certain. I don't think he had that information readily available, but we can certainly get it. But my take on it, and I did share this, although not official, because I don't speak for OJS, but just back to the comments in tribal consultation where tribes are going to be given flexibility to reprogram and realign budgets. I would think that something like that would be allowable, but that's certainly a decision for OJS to make in regards to using some of these funds towards CI reimbursements that were brought up, or to cover those costs. The other piece of funding that my shop, Field Operations, is managing is the $20 million set aside for potable water delivery. And we discussed this at great length with President Nez last Friday and answered some questions. This money is not going out to the tribes through a 638 contract. Rather, it's going to be managed by each individual region. All 12 different regions that I supervise will manage their allocated amount. And the allocated amount per tribe was, again, based on that self-certified tribal enrollment data that we received. So when the calculations were done across the 500 plus tribes across the United States based on that tribal enrollment, the Navajo Nation share for potable water is a little over $3 million, $3,025,688. Now, again, this is not, I repeat, is not going into a 638 contract. This is going to be managed by the region for tribes to make requests to the region for potable water needs. Now, potable water, as it's written in the law, is pretty, it says more what it's not to cover than what it actually covers. So it talks about the delivery of potable water to Indian country based on the pandemic impacts. And I'm paraphrasing because I don't have that language right in front of me. And so what that's going to be, as I said, we distributed, to the region, all regions, their portion of those funds. We developed a methodology that was also consulted through the tribal consultation process prior to this money going out on what that would look like. And what it's going to be is the BIA contracting officer will manage the oversight of those funds. And what it is we have what we call an IDIQ contract being put in place, which stands for indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, that all 12 regions can charge against for their amount of money that was allocated per tribe. So how that works for the Navajo Nation is the Navajo Nation will be given, all tribes will be given a form to make a request on for potable water needs. Now, potable water needs are the need for water delivery, culinary water delivery for consumption. That could be in the form of bottled water, all the way up to water buffaloes or some kind of temporary storage device, plastic containers, larger plastic containers for delivery to go out. We're doing it this way because there is no set aside for contract support. I remember last go around in working with the Navajo Nation, they purchased literally hundreds of pallets of individual bottled water. And we helped with storing some of that with the BIA region at Gamerco, but then became the arduous task of distributing that to chapters, which came with some costs that the tribe had to absorb when they were expending their last CARES Act fund, which meant they had to have operators for forklifts, they had to have trucks to deliver it out to each chapters and so forth. This way, with the IDIQ contract, what the request would include is a definite delivery location. And so if it was going to, say, Naabik'íyáti chapter, they would say so. You need specific amount of water, what type of container, delivery, and so forth. And then the vendor, an Indian company that competes for the contract, will then make that delivery. Another part of the IDIQ solicitation that's going out is that we understand the impacts to the environment, potential impacts to the environment with, we don't want $20 million of individual water bottles littering the land and ending up in landfills and so forth. So part of the solicitation that's going out is going to include how we address this environmentally and prevent that problem from happening with added pollution to our planet. Recyclables or biodegradable containers and those types of things will be considered. And again, we're hoping to meet the needs of the tribes, making the requests that would be individual bottled waters, if that's what they need. But certainly we want to encourage those larger containers so there would be less refuse as a result. And so it was brought forward on Friday's meeting as well, who can compete for these contracts. And anyone Indian-owned takes priority because of the Buy Indian Act, but any business that sees this solicitation posted on fedbizops.gov is certainly able to compete for the contract. Now, what I'm charged with is overseeing it. And again, we have areas of more significant need, including the Navajo Nation, because of lack of water infrastructure or limited water infrastructure. But we also have some tribes in the Pacific Northwest that have significant need for other reasons. And we have communities in Alaska that even have additional needs. We have a lot of reservations across the nation that already have access to culinary water systems that may not have as much need as other tribes. So certainly we want to be able to funnel money to those areas. Initially, the $3.025 million for Navajo Nation. Once that's expended, if we see other areas of the nation not expending their number because there isn't as much need, we can certainly shuffle funds around and make sure that we get this all expended in the way it was intended by Congress for potable water delivery to Indian country during the pandemic. That's my quick update, letting you know that indeed the money is at the region, and now the work begins between the Navajo Region, Indian Self-Determination Office, and Navajo Nation OMB to get the particulars worked out so that we can get this money put into those 638 contracts. And then, of course, the potable water request form will be rolling out once that IDIQ contract is awarded, and we'll begin water delivery as I described. But Speaker, I appreciate the time and certainly could answer any questions that any of you may have for me. And again, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Thank you very much for being with us today and your busy schedule there that you're working with all the regions across the nation. Um, with that, let me turn to the floor at this time. Honorable Araso, were you there? Oh, wait, you just texted me.
Mr. Speaker, can you guys hear me?
I just now got your text. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess thank you very much, Mr. Stephen, for the report. And I guess what I would like to request from your office is
see when we can meet.
Give us a rundown.
This morning.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. I thought it was still muted. But Mr. Stephen, if you could get this, what you reported to us, the funds that were released to the programs from your office, what was received, and what's not distributed, and what is distributed to the contract, status overall. That way, we as policymakers will be able to be able to see where we're really at on the grid. The reason why I say this is it goes back to communication at our tribal program level, and if Mr. Cordell Shorty was notified, he definitely didn't notify us, you know. And that's what I mean. I wish that leadership could be notified in advance prior to distribution to the services, maybe like a day in advance or something. That way we're aware of what should be coming down the pipeline and what we will be expecting from our division directors and our managers there that are in the position to speak on behalf of these contracts and act on behalf of these contracts. So that way, like I say, we can hold them accountable for the services that they provide to the people. So you know, just like burial benefit example, you know, that 638 contract, we don't know if there is dollars, additional resources embedded into that 638 contract, and what type of guidance come down with that issue, and what is the policy. And like I alluded to earlier, there was when COVID started, a family was trying to request for burial benefit through our 638 benefits, and they were denied. They were tribal citizens, and definitely they did meet criteria, but our own tribe, Window Rock, didn't indicate, oh, we don't have a contract with them, so we can't pay them and we can't utilize them. So what would happen to that family, you know? And at the end, that family had to dish out that cost on their own. And that was, that was a topic. And I really hope that a lot of the guidance that are in these dollars that are coming down the pipeline address those issues, because we definitely had those in this particular mortuary. And, it was in the community of Flagstaff that they worked with. Solely said, I'm not going to accept a contract with the nation, but the Navajo Nation. And I know this is not on BIA, but it was on the nation. It was the nation's fault. Yes, the nation owed that mortuary at one point some monies, and the nation never paid them. And that mortuary said, I won't do business with the Navajo Nation, but I'll do business with the Navajo individual if they can pay. And at the time, they just said, the Navajo Nation indicated that we can't honor we can't even give them any money on behalf of the Navajo citizen. So, things that occur. So if you could get us a rundown on what funds are allocated and were already dispersed or in the process of being dispersed. And like I said, today is the first time that we heard that funds are being dispersed. And as a trustee to the Navajo Nation, yes, the courtesy to inform Navajo Nation leadership is something that I would really would like, because like I said, we want to make sure that these dollars get serviced into the right area. And just like public safety, we had a committee meeting this morning, and we had Mr. Delmore on the line, and our public safety director did not allude to anything pertaining to public safety funds coming down for the ARP funds. So, that's what I mean. We tend to find out about these things until the last minute. And this is occasionally this is what happens. So, but again, we're really glad that the funds are being released, Mr. Stephen, and would really would like to have more of a government-to-government relation with leadership. And that way we know what's going on and what funds are released, and what, you just alluded to a couple of funds that were released and who were notified, and none of the leadership was aware. So that's just what I have. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you with that. Mr. Stevens, let me go on to Honorable Keon Begay, then I'll come back to you. Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Begay going twice. Keon Begay going 3 times. Let me go on down to Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, good afternoon again, Speaker.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Stephen from BIA. I really appreciate you bringing this funds before us as a Navajo Nation 24 councilman. Yeah, hopefully that I'm looking forward for the funds that it's going to be available through BIA, Public Law 93638 contract. I understand it's going to be split the pie between the 12 regions. So my party is, as you know, I represent a Chisholm, Black Mesa area, about maybe 90% or is a MPL area. So majority I'm going to need is a windmill repair. The first thing I'd like to bring this to your attention. That's a major issue, the responsibility under BIA. So I appreciate when this guideline comes in, and also scope of work comes to Mr. Cadell Shorty, and also your office down in Gallup BIA office, and I look forward to this fund for a windmill water line project. For it's going to be coming down in the midsummer. We're going to need a water in Navajo Nation and PL area and outside the Black Mesa area. I live out of the. I'm not living in PL area. I'm going to need a water too for my community in Black Mesa. So other area and all entire Navajo Nation, we're going to need it. We're going to need a windmill repair and water, and we need water for all the 110 chapters. Should be on one legislation is going to come. I speak for all Navajo. We're going to need water. Once about let's make it very short and sweet, and then we like to use this funds and money is going to be spent until we use all the money. There's no expire on this PL 93638 money. That will be just my short and sweet, Mr. Speaker Damon, to Mr. Stephen. Yeah, nice to hear you from you again. I want to tell you, Ishan, to go on mute now. Thank you very much. Also, that one thing I forgot earlier this morning, we are very proud. I was projecting that we're going to hunt 400,000 Navajo. That was my projection during census count. We almost made it at 399,000. With we're proud Navajo, we're the largest Indian tribe. State of Arizona, state of New Mexico, state of Utah should be proud of it. One of the very proud Navajo and it is Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That more comments. I don't know if they have a response at this time. Mr. Bart Stevens. Mr. Stevens.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. This *6 and the mute button don't agree on my phone. But thank you, Speaker. Yes, if I can respond, Delegate So, thank you for your comments and your question. I will. Ms. Cheryl Curley, who is the tribal government specialist out of Navajo region, is also monitoring this call, and I will ask her to follow up with Frank Holliday, who's the acting regional director out there while I'm not there, to give you the summary of these amounts and where they're going and what communication has happened between BIA self-determination and the Navajo Nation to get the scope of work and the budget and so forth. And more times than not, that, and not just the Navajo Nation, but with all tribes, they certainly want to put something forward that's meaningful, and sometimes that takes a little more time than not, but we're certainly stand by to assist with what we need to do to help pull that together. Delegate, so I'm also glad that you brought up burial assistance. I met with the president a while ago, well, not a while ago, maybe a week ago, when I was introducing Mr. Frank Holliday, and I heard from Social Services expressing some concern with burial assistance. So Ms. Curley will also be following up with Mr. Holliday to make sure that we get what little money compared to ARP and compared to CARES Act and Treasury funds and everything. It's a drop in the bucket, I get it, to give you guys for burial assistance to help with that program. The criteria, again, anything TA technical assistance we can provide, we certainly will, but it's unfortunate that those situations that you described are happening. Mr. Honorable Delegate Yellowhair, thank you very much for your comments regarding some of the infrastructure issues out in your area, specifically windmill repair and those things that are needed. I just wanted to bring us all back to the intent of these funds with aid to tribal government, housing improvement program, and law enforcement. They're very specific in terms of what to accomplish or not, but I know you all are aware, and your team from central office, from Washington, D.C., and your legal counsel are also aware that, the Treasury funds are, and I think it was referenced earlier in the call, that we're looking at only because last go around BIA distributed $400 million, and this go around with ARP we're distributing $800 million. So we just do the math, and that's double. So we can almost guess that most tribes will be getting pretty close to double what they got last go around. And we're thinking, we know that for Indian Affairs, and we're guessing that that'll probably be the same for Treasury funds as well. And so when you bring forward water infrastructure projects that may not be covered or may eat up a lot of this other money, the smaller pots of money, if you will, from Indian Affairs, they can certainly be addressed with, I'm hoping, with those treasury funds that you'll be getting here real soon, the larger amounts. And BIA definitely, like we did last time, will stand ready to assist with what federal actions we need to do to make sure that those projects move forward just as quick as we can. I want to, Speaker, for a minute, veer off. What I meant to cover is something on O'Neill. I know that came up, and Ms. Lewis definitely gave a report out on it coming forward. We received a letter, Central Office received a letter regarding from the Navajo Nation on where O'Neill is at. So it's definitely become an item of discussion where we're pulling things together and getting things figured out. As she indicated, you know, it's managed by the White House under a special program, was never part of Indian Affairs. So we're not, at least from our end, there are no ARP funds that of which we're managing that'll go towards that. But I'm anticipating, because of it coming to the forefront again, that this administration wants to address. And so that's the plan for O'Neill. I was asked to provide some briefing material to Central Office on the history of O'Neill and kind of the status. As you may remember, early on, when 2.5 years ago, I met up there with New Lands chapter and was able to sit down with them and have some have a meal there and discuss their issues with what they were dealing with. So I understand that, and I understand the need to finish the project, if you will. I know there were some denials, there's some appeals with relocation and some other infrastructure issues that we want O'Neill to address, and I know this administration is interested in hearing those as well. So with that, Speaker, those are my responses at this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. We'll go back to the floor. Is Honorable Kiambier back online?
Speaker, Kialan.
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, Kudo present Naabik'íyáti. Good afternoon, Mr. Stevens. This is Delegate Kialan Jr. Couple questions. Kudo, the 630 contract to be modified. Will it complicate that these funding, if they're are embedded into these contracts, it will eliminate for other funding requests? That's what I'm afraid of. That the funding that the BIA receive, let's say for example, public safety, that will only allocate funding relating to public safety. But you did indicate flexibility. How much of flexibility will the Navajo Nation be able to receive on a lot of these funding? Because the number one concern that I really want to address is the water availability, consumption for human, and obviously for livestock. So that's one area that I don't know if you'll be able to provide me specific, if there's an alternative way to distribute funding to the Navajo Nation rather than making it be part of the current existing 638 contract. 638 contract the base of so no, that would eliminate a lot of funding requests or the much needed for our chapters. Administration just because all these 630 contracts are specifically designed to get funding at the administration at Windrut level. And then any funding has to go through all these necessary paperwork, and the internal process will be much lengthy again. The heavy equipment. Some chapters, majority of the chapter continues to continue waiting to get these funding or get their equipment. I mean, why can't we help give it directly to some of the chapters based on the assessment in terms of windmills, water development, portable water, or I mean, to me, a lot of our Navajo people is just going to replace what they have right now, that they've been that these water storage, but yet they'll be still in the same position or same situation to be hauling water. Because the water development, that I see the Division of Natural Resources presented that memo. I sent a memo directly to you, Mr. Stevens, and then Mr. Holliday. We had a meeting. I think it was last week, with 3 of the irrigation irrigation chapters, and there's a need of water infrastructure funding for these irrigation chapters to do their farming. If you look through a 533 million funding request by the Department of Agriculture, I wrote a statement to Mr. Watchman asking why not even a penny was allocated for one of my chapter that has irrigation system and that has been in the process of asking for funding. Our own programs are neglecting or excluding some of our much needed chapters to get these funding. Or is it because of what we say and how we present ourselves to programs, we are being treated in the fashion to where my chapters or communities are being penalized? If that is the case by our own Navajo Nation government, maybe let me plead to you, Mr. Stevens, through BIA, to see how much money can the nation be able to receive for water development, fixing windmills, and fixing irrigation system across the Navajo Nation, and specifically for one of the chapters that I represent. And that's the way I see it, and that's the way it will be. And then that's the reason why I kept saying that, well, if it was that easy to modify a contract to add money, how come we've been saying that we don't have sufficient funding for road and maintenance, for BIA roads, or we don't have sufficient funding for public safety, and so on? And this is the reason why I kept saying that Navajo Nation Council should be at the table and really advocating the actual need of funding that's needed through these funds, 630 contract based on being hitch. What energy, so I haven't heard an area where a contract is modified without major input by the recipient. They could be allocate easily without our major input, especially those chapters or areas where they won't be able to have an input. So indeed, this is where we have a problem with our 638 contract. That all could be so being the hand. I don't be bahon it all year, but I thought the archbase of person that also each other did it was the arch. Well, let me take a step back, Mr. Stevens. Would it be more appropriate for BIA to really review, get an input directly from the council, or if not, the Navajo Nation government, to say that this is how we should be spending the money that the BIA receiving? If the Navajo Nation is recommending for you to input them into the 638 contract, so be it. If the Navajo Nation is say that gives some directly to each of the agencies or the chapters, I mean, could we go in that fashion as well? Unless the Treasury Department is saying, from the U.S. Treasury Department is saying that this is how you need to manage the money that through 638 new, it's understandable. So that's my request, Speaker. In terms of saying that these funding will be added to the 638 contract. I mean, I believe that we should have a say-so in how this funding should be allocated on behalf of the Navajo Nation, because I always say that all the BIA and the federal government is based on with input by the Navajo Nation or with input by the the tribes. The reason why I'm saying this is that because I haven't heard anything, and I never hear anything, even within my own offices, that this is how we're moving forward on these particular process, and then even send an email or even a memo. How many memos have I sent so far? I mean, not even once have I received a response in writing to say that this is how we're addressing your situation, this is how we're addressing your content of the memo. Dit on happenings, dit on chapters, linigi babenings, dit on kedigi, dit on happenings. Attend to Hanida. But it's I had some of the bands, all these memos that I've been sending. That really tells me that, I mean, what is it that I need to do, or we need to do as a council to say that we are in serious business to talk about advocating on behalf of our chapters, our communities, our Navajo Nation. If you're just going to be allocating funding just so that it's make it easier, but yet the situation on the Navajo Nation will continue to be the same. Unless I'm wrong, and I know I missed some of the presentation this morning, but nonetheless, based on what was presented, Speaker.
Thank you, Yamge. Let me go back to. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Is there any further comments, questions, colleagues? If there's none, let me go back to you, Mr. Stevens. Thank you again, Mr. Stevens, for being here with us this afternoon. Kat.
Absolutely. Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Key Allen Begay, for your your comments. Yeah, I can provide some information. Am I being heard?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to make sure before I get into this and find I might be talking to myself. That happens sometimes. Yeah, to address some of your comments and your questions, Delegate Kialan-Begay, the 638, Public Law 93-638 process, the law is clear. It allows for Indian self-determination, for Indian tribes to receive federal program dollars to manage a specific program, and to allow them to manage their own affairs and manage the program. So the process of how a tribe chooses to do that is up to the tribe. The tribe, if they choose to reach out to individual chapters or constituents for comment, or if the governing officials just might want to develop their own independently through the process that's established through Navajo Nation OMB, that is definitely the call of the tribe in that internal tribal process with the funds of the federal program being contracted. You raised an issue if these ARP funds, because we're modifying contracts to get the money to the tribe, would impact, I think I understood it correctly, would impact future appropriations to that contract. And the short answer is no, it will not. These are one-time funds that are being awarded through the 638 contract to merely get the money to the tribe. The United States government only has a few mechanisms to get federal dollars into tribal coffers, and the mechanism that we're using for that is Public Law 93-638, which means there's an existing contract for a program, and then we're just asking for a mod, if you will, on how you're going to expend these one-time funds that are above and beyond what's negotiated in the annual funding agreement for those existing 638 contracts. So it is one-time funding. It does not impact the future program appropriations that roll out and that are negotiated through the annual funding agreement. And you were referencing also that if it's so easy to do a mod, why can't we do mods all the time to get additional money into contracts? You reference roads or transportation and other programs. And the key for everyone to understand is that it's based on funding availability. The Navajo region BIA does an exceptional job with getting every cent of congressionally appropriated dollars for specific 638 programs to the tribe almost immediately. Oftentimes, and we demonstrated this last go around with CARES Act funding, we were able to get money out, and we're doing it again as soon as it hits our coffers, to the Navajo Nation programs, and then what they use those funds for based on their scope of work and their budget, you know, is on the Navajo Nation to make those decisions. This go around, and you referenced it as well, is flexibility. Absolutely, how the Navajo Nation chooses to use these funds. Now, understand that the ARP legislation clearly identified aid to tribal government, housing improvement, law enforcement, and then the potable water piece. So there are specific program parameters within each one of those funding mechanisms that need to be followed. Same with monitoring. For instance, like with law enforcement, I know there's significant need out there for new facilities, for major renovation and repair of existing facilities, and it's specifically tied to the exact language of that 638 contract still apply to this ARP funding, meaning you can't use it for those things that wouldn't normally be allowed to be used under that program. So to go out and purchase a new facility is not allowable, because that's not allowable with existing appropriated funds that go into that contract. So they're bound by those things. I'm glad you brought forward the issues with irrigation. Certainly a Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture's decision in how that program operates. And I know that Dr. Curley has been engaged with other pieces of information. I know we've, at the Navajo region in years past, and continue to provide hundreds of thousands of dollars in windmill repair, and we'll continue to do that when the funds are available. For this particular set aside in the American Recovery Act funds, those types of activities aren't allowed with these pots of money that are not program specific to those 638 contracts that I referenced. Excuse me. However, the larger pot of funds that you will soon be receiving from Treasury allows those types of flexibilities to happen. And again, the decisions of the Navajo Nation and how they come to those decisions is purely that of the Navajo Nation. So back to my comment about, yeah, the mods are easy to do when we have additional resources like these one-time funds, or sometimes we have carryover dollars that, for instance, like I referenced before with burial assistance, we have some expiring funds that we're going to roll out to you all for burial assistance, but most times it follows the process with a scope of work and a budget. Tell us what you're going to do with these funds. And for burial assistance, it's kind of a given. It's standard language, and we roll out the funds. And it still doesn't impact future funds, appropriated dollars for that program, and understand that this is one-time program funds for that. And that's the same why I can't just arbitrarily say, okay, well, there's a need for transportation or roads dollars. I'm just going to do a mod and I don't have the money to back it up. That would be an Anti-Deficiency Act violation on my part, and I could be disciplined for that. So that's why, yeah, the mods are easy to do, but they have to have the resources to back them up. And as you know, some of our programs don't have those additional resources to do that. I think that was the majority of your questions. Thank you, Speaker. That's my response.
I'm hearing things now.
Okay, thank you. Clarification, Alan.
Thank you. Let me go back to you then, Honorable Naabik'íyáti.
Speaker, Mr. Stevens, clarification. I guess my question was that a lot of these funding, if we put them in certain 630 contracts that are in existence, it'll be locked into for those programs to receive only those funding and not others that maybe the chapter will be requesting for. That was my main question, is that and the concern that this particular funding, if they embed it into the current existing contract, and only that program will be benefiting, not with the other area that maybe chapters would want to get some funding for different purposes. And then the other question that you didn't answer is that, can the Navajo Nation still provide an input and recommendation on how these fundings should be appropriated through that the BIA had received through the BIA, and that we as a Navajo Nation make a recommendation on how you should appropriate the funding? Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, I'm going to go back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll do the last question first, Delegate Naabik'íyáti. The short answer is no. In terms of trying to negotiate where these funds will go and how they will be awarded, the legislation, the law, the ARP law defined what that would be for Indian Affairs. and those are those specific programs. Now, with flexibility, within each one of those programs, like aid to tribal government, for instance, it covers public safety, it covers child welfare, social services, other tribal government support with what we call human services. So the money rolls into that 638 contract. The hope would be that once it hits the Navajo Nation coffers, your individual chapters can work with that program or leadership or however that works to get your share of those services provided or covered by these funds. To get it directly to a chapter is not a mechanism that the federal government can do. It has to roll through these contracts. So the short answer is to renegotiate that with the law that's very clear that came from Congress on the appropriations of these ARP funds. We don't have the authority to change that or to negotiate that to do any different from how the law reads. The other part with I'm losing the first question, sorry. Can you repeat the first question?
If fundings are allocated to the contract, the existing contract, it will lock out any other funding request by the local government.
Thank you. Speaker, if I may.
Yes, did you get it?
Yeah, thank you. No, it will not supersede, because these are one-time funds, special set-aside funds by Congress that are going to roll out to supplement existing program funds. So it will not be counted against any tribe next funding cycle on those negotiated annual funding agreements that I referenced. Your awards that are already in place will not be impacted by this additional money. We're not going to come back and say, well, you got additional money, so we're going to minus that off the top of your next award. No, we won't do that.
And thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
With that, I don't have anybody else in the queue, so Honorable Yellowhair, what? You have a question? Honorable Yellowhair?
Okay, hello, Yate. Yate, not to the speaker. I'd like to
Yes.
try to explain what Mr. Arnold Ki'Almeke explained. And BIA, they must know our philosophy of life here, Navajo Nation. We need money that can be like the money should be related to water, like windmill, earth dams, electricity, and also road. This should be made available. There's like 1, 2, 3 priority. And I think Mr. Arnold Ki'Almeke trying to say, let's put our own scope of work together and make sure that money is going to be used the way we want it. But I think that BIA should also understand our philosophy that they've been there for since maybe 1959. They're there to take care of our needs here, Navajo Nation. So like water is important to us. We need water line connection, roads important, electricity connection, broadband. All these we needed. I think these are related to American Rescue Plan Act funds. Mr. Stephen, I think this is what we're doing to get this new funds will be available for our Navajo Nation, even apply to MPL area and also other 110 chapters. That's just my my comments to Mr. Stephen, Speaker. Yeah.
That, Mr. Stevens, we'll go back to you.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Yellowhair, for those comments. Absolutely, I understand the need that's out there. Again, back to the internal process of how you all engage or how you have input into those scopes of work. is definitely an internal issue of the Navajo Nation for you all to have that input. All that the BIA goes with is what's received from the Navajo Nation. How you get to that point is an internal discussion that you all can have within your systems of your three-branch government. I also am very understanding of the needs for infrastructure. And again, I call us back to ARP, which is very clear on how we get the money to tribes. That was in the language of the law, and that's what we're following. However, I call your attention again back to other additional resources that will come through this same act through Treasury, of which the BIA will not be making these awards. It'll come directly from Treasury to the Navajo Nation in the mechanism that, excuse me, is described in the document that was referenced earlier that Treasury just released. And I think they probably jumped off because I know the call that they were referencing with Treasury is probably happening now, if it's not over yet. But you can certainly, those set-aside dollars, and I haven't read any Treasury documents, but that larger amount of money that's coming from Treasury could definitely be used. I'm thinking, again, it's at the discretion of the Navajo Nation on what they choose to do and the parameters set by Treasury on what they choose to do with those resources. But it could certainly be used, I would think, to address those infrastructure issues that you described. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are there any further comments or questions for Mr. Stevens?
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellow here again. I'm sorry. I had to come back and then follow up with Mr. Steven. You don't mind, Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
Nana, Steven. You've been our regional director in Navajo Nation here in Gallup and be on with BIA. I hope this fund is also available to be used for like a judicial complex building for judicial and detentions. It could be used something like this. We need in Pinion area. We need $34 million for this. It's very important up there in Pinion that we need detentions and judicial complex building. Mr. Stephen, thank you, Speaker Damon Shea.
Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay.
Yes, Honorable Elmer Begay. We wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Stephen. Okay, yeah, sure. Well, I don't, Mr. Stevens, this is Elmer Begay. I'm gonna ask you a question. I know that there's some points that were made in earlier that I brought up the burial assistance, and then the consultation, how much consultation was being provided for the burial assistance. Living in a remote and in a rural area, and where the tribes, where the Navajo people don't have no mortuaries and other transportation that needs for bodies. But my question goes back to regarding the people living in NPL area. I know that there's some small business that are out there operating in those Navajo partition land and Hopi partition land. You know that in Pinyon and Hardship and Hard Rock area, and in that area there's a lot of land that is partition for between the agreement with the Hopi tribe. There's business people out there that this community help each other. It's not like people living in Wonder Rock or elsewhere. There are people that kind of they start living in an area where like they just came one day. People start living in, coming in, but if you go into NPL area, there's people there that's trying to help each other, trying to survive. There's so many years that happen. I believe that they're the only people, community, that went against the Hopi tribe with their own bare, I guess you call it bare arms. That's what that's the kind of people they are.
For about 1 to 2 minutes.
Hello? My question is, they're really different from, I guess you could say that if you're going to be running a business over there, you're going to be running a business just to, these goods and service for those people, it's just to help them. Even though the market studies and the economic analysis is very low, if you study the BIA study over there, you can find out that you will not make money. If you can be running a business, it's going to be very poor, because the people there are living in the, I would say, the very low income people, and they're living in the very almost like people that are not working. They're just helping each other, try to know each other and how they can help. So there's some business people out there. From your BIA, if people are like that in their area in partitioned land, what is the incentive? What kind of business can be if they're struggling like that? And you know, what kind of business and incentive can BIA provide to those people? Just like if they need to go to an appointment, they have to gas up there to go over into maybe Winslow or Tuba City or elsewhere, and they need that. They need to have that gas station there or any just to eat something to stop there. But they're struggling. Both sides are struggling. But you know the condition there. If you live in there, you're facing all this, but they're helping each other. Well, how can the BIA help the community there? That's one question regarding this recovery. And it's a good thing that that they've been very careful not to go anywhere. If you see their cases there is very low, because of that is they don't have that much funds to go out into maybe into border towns. So they've been helping each other like that. So, but they're struggling still though. How can they be recovered? Because they're still in that relocation and then also with that law, federal law, with that 93531 and the Settlement Act too. They're still struggling like that with it. So what kind of plans does the BIA have for these people? For business people? That's one question. The other one is right now they know that the BIA in partition land, Navajo partition land area, we know that there's only a few grazing permit was given back to the people now. I believe that they're the ones that can only sign off on home site leases now. and there's a lot of people trying to move back onto the reservation, onto the Navajo partition land, but they don't know who the signers of the homicide lease. I know that I mentioned just before, then they just told me that from there we'll put it on the newspaper, Navajo Times. You guys should know. We don't know. I don't look at Navajo Times. So that's the question that we have. But my main question here on this grazing is that what are we promoting? There's no grass out there. There's no water out there. There's no. We're still in the drought, and we don't have no winter moisture or any precipitation. So what's the plan that we have with this the fundings that we're getting in recovery? Is there any incentive to tell the people to start selling their livestock, so we can give them incentive to let them sell their livestock, or are we just giving more money to them, like providing hay, feed, grains, and that to encourage them? It seems like we're encouraging them to raise livestock during this pandemic and during this drought condition. What are we saying? How can we get out of this drought? I think we need to understand, we need to look at that. So what is the plan that you have, or who can we talk to? And how can we address this issue? So that's my question, Mr. Stephen. Thank you. Speaker. Hello?
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Honorable Gate. Let me go back to Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Elmer Begay, thank you for your questions. As far as business incentives, the BIA does not have any that I'm aware of to support or to assist residents out there at NPL with anything in terms of incentives. The whole issues with NPL, HPL, and other areas that are, you referenced the Settlement Act and 93-531 and other legislation that is rolled down, giving guidance and direction. Those processes will definitely are rising to the forefront, and we're taking a look. By we, I mean central office, and understanding, where we're at with those pieces under this current administration. As far as these funds that we're speaking about now, they're very specific, as I explained, with what programs they go into. However, the flexibility is with that program on what they decide to do. And what I'm going to have also brought forward is again, Mr. Frank Holliday and Dr. Calvert Curley be able to address the grazing permit pieces, as well as the home site lease pieces that you referenced, and can get you information regarding those questions that you had on those two topics. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens, again, for being with us and for those responses. With that, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Stevens, for being here with us, and thank you very much to all the other presenters, Mr. Honorable Carlisle Begay, Ms. Santi Lewis, Holland and Knight. Thank you very much for being in the discussion here with us this morning and into the afternoon. We will be following up with a further recommendation. It looks like we have decided that clearly there's some ongoing information that is being released as we speak. I do have individual staff members on the call that Honorable Carlisle Begay mentioned earlier about the response and the different areas of interest in regards to the funding that will be coming down, not only from the ARPA funds, but also from other specific area of funding that was allocated to BIA and other areas within the different federal agencies. And we will have a follow-up on that as early as next Monday, the 17th, starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, colleagues. So we look forward to that discussion. So with that, colleagues, let's continue on down. It seems like we completed that task for today. We can go to a close of work session, but if there's any announcements at this time, tomorrow we are having a work session starting at 10 a.m. and the items on there are going to be EPA, Navajo Nation EPA is going to do a presentation, and then Division of Social Services, and then Honorable Freeland asked that Eastern Agency do a presentation, so they will be online too as well tomorrow, colleagues. So thank you very much. If there's any announcements at this time. If not, thank you everyone for being here with us on this beautiful Monday. Congratulations, and again, happy belated Mother's Day to everyone out there that has celebrated being a mother. Every day is a Mother's Day in our home. But thank you very much for all the moms that all the staff members, everyone there. Please be safe out there. This is another beautiful week. We just started and we'll continue on down. Tomorrow we do have a work session. Wednesday we have a work session. And then Thursday and Friday we have individual meetings. And as we know, we still have all our chapter meetings too as well. So again, thank you everyone for being here this morning. Have a good day. Have a good weekend. And thank you again to our presenters, Kat and Hagone.